Welcome to Fenway Park in Boston. As you can see, there's a tarp on the field, and the clouds appear to be breaking up behind the grandstands at home plate. So hopefully we will get this game in. It really hasn't rained very much at all. It's just been the lightning that's been a big concern. But I think eventually we're going to get this game going.
Oh, we're going to be just fine, and we're going to get a chance to watch Jay Happ take on the Boston Red Sox and Clay Buchholz and Blue Jays. They're going to have to bounce back after that tough one last night. But haven't they been doing that to us all season long? They have shown some great resiliency when their backs are up against the wall.
Yeah, there have been some games where they've just been clobbered and then bounced back and win the series. So hopefully that'll be the case once again. Unfortunately, they saw their win streak snapped here at Fenway Park. They had won 6 in a row. But when we resume, we will have all the action for you. Right now, we're going back to Blue Jays Central. Here's Jamie Campbell at Greg John. welcome to Fenway Park. The rain has pulled out, the tarp is off, and we are ready for some baseball. We had a bit of a delay, the weather delay more than a rain delay, as it was thunder and lightning, and the crowd now is acknowledging the children of Kevin Houston, who has been introduced here at Fenway Park, so they're on their feet, and this game will get started shortly. But Blue Jays trying to bounce back from a tough loss last night. Not only did they lose the game, but they lost their best hitter in Melky Cabrera. And Melky Cabrera will be lost for the season as he will undergo surgery to repair his finger, and the injury happened in the third inning.
The most consistent player of the Blue Jays on a very harmless play, trying to get back on that pickoff. Watch him as he uses his hands. He tries to shake it out, and then tries to hit 3 innings later, and he just can't go. He fractured the finger, had a tendon injury in that finger, and Melky Cabrera will be lost for the rest of the season. A big blow for the Blue Jays.
Well, lots of games with playoff implications have already been played this afternoon. When you look at the wild card standings, the Blue Jays certainly lost an opportunity to gain some ground last night. But here's where they stand today. They are 5 out of the wild card race. Cleveland Indians are playing now. The Yankees have already won. They beat Kansas City 6-2. You see the Tigers, Giants beat them 5-4. David Price gave up 4 runs in the first inning in that game. So the Tigers have not really improved with the addition of David Price. Seattle will play later on as they are in Texas. They too are in a delay. So we're going to have to wait on that. And Oakland, they had a walk-off win at home against Houston. They won 4-3, so they secure their position currently in that wild card lead.
And the Blue Jays can't worry about everybody ahead of them. You know what they have to worry about? Winning tonight's game. And that's the only thing that they can control. So get out there, give a good effort, and bounce back from a really tough one last night.
Well, let's take a look at the lineup for John Gibbons. They pounded the baseball pretty good last night and scored 8 runs, but unfortunately the Red Sox scored 9. Reyes, Bautista, Jose moves up into the Cabrera spot in the 2-hole. Then Edwin Encarnacion and Adam Lind is in the cleanup spot. He's the DH tonight. He's put up big numbers against the Red Sox starter Clay Buchholz. 17 for 49 and 6 extra base hits with 5 RBIs. Then down in the 8th spot, the youngster Ryan Goins has hit Buchholz well. Also 6 for 11 with a double and a triple, and he came off the bench defensively last night and had a ringing double off the glove of the center fielder, Mookie Betts. Swinging the bat with a little more confidence right now.
That's a cool .545 average against Clay Buchholz, who is going to take the mound tonight for the Boston Red Sox. This is his team-high 24th start of the season. It looks like he might be getting on track. Buchholz won for the first time in 8 starts last Sunday, shutting out the Tampa Bay Rays on just 3 hits. He'll be facing the Jays. You know, this is the 6th time that he has faced the Jays this season. Last time versus Toronto, that was back on August the 25th at Rogers Center. He carried a shutout into the 9th before giving up 3 runs and picked a no decision up in that game as Red Sox won in extra innings. He has 10 career wins versus the Blue Jays, his most against any single opponent. When he's on, he's tough.
He sure is tough, and there are no secrets between Buchholz and the Blue Jays. Defensively in the outfield, Jonas Cespedes is in left field. Mookie Betts can cover a lot of ground. The youngster has got himself a position in center. Alan Craig had a mental lapse last night, but it turned out the Red Sox were able to overcome it. He forgot how many outs there were. Well, Middlebrooks at third, Xander Bogaerts at shortstop. The Gold Glover is Dustin Pedroia. Mike Napoli's at first base, and Christian Vasquez. He has 4 pickoffs so far, including the pickoff of Melky Cabrera last night in that 3rd inning.
He's really good behind the plate. He's thrown out 48% of the runners trying to steal against him. 10 for 21. The leader in caught stealing American League, Yan Gomes, 25. And Sal Perez is up there also in those pickoffs. He leads. He's only 1 behind him. Sal Perez has caught 1,000 innings this year. This kid just over 300.
Jose Reyes will lead things off. We had a 73-minute weather delay. Here's the first pitch of the game from Buchholz. Upstairs for a ball, and we are underway. Reyes in last night's game 1 for 4. Bouncing ball, Pedroia to his right, scoops it up and throws up Reyes, 1 down. Dustin Pedroia is the Gold Glover at second. He played last night for the first time since Saturday. He was hit making a tag play at second base by a forearm from Logan Forsythe and knocked out of that game on Saturday.
Players were talking about him also, how they missed his energy both in the dugout and out in the field. Welcome addition back in the lineup last night.
Jose Bautista moved into the 2 spot with the absence of Melky Cabrera. What's the thinking about just moving Bautista up?
I think to get more at bats. You know, he second batter in the ball game. You get more at bats. You just keep those two together. That's the important thing. Just keep Jose Bautista and Edwin Encarnacion together. Just move them up. They'll get their share of at bats and maybe get this guy up one extra time in this ballpark.
Adam Lind in the cleanup spot tonight. He has hit Buchholz well, as we mentioned, .347 average. Ball on a strike to Bautista. Good rip. He fouled it straight back. Jose, of course, hit his 19th career home run in Fenway Park last night. It was a 2-run line drive into the green monster seats. He's got a 9-game hit streak. Pretty impressive numbers. .342 with 6 homers.
What's impressive is he's getting his pitch and he's not missing it. He is staying back and drilling it.
Boy, he's had some great BP here at Fenway Park, and oftentimes hitters will get enamored playing home run derby here. But Bautista always makes sure he has his swing intact before he turns it loose. Hitting the ball to right field throughout the first couple of rounds of batting practice. That ball is fouled as it bounced up and hit Bautista while he was standing in the batter's box.
Batting practice, everybody has the same fundamentals. You know, you'll move the runner over, you'll work on your sacrifice fly, you'll work on your swing and hit the ball the other way, infield in, infield back. It's something that you have to do religiously every single day to become a very good hitter. But once that's over, then you can start working on driving the ball. You can drive it into the gaps in left center and in right center. The good hitters, they don't take a day off from batting practice. They're out there working. They're not just swinging as hard as they can and see how far they can hit it.
And this generation of hitters can get a lot of things done in the batting cage. They do a lot of soft tossing. They don't necessarily always have to hit on the field. And sometimes if you don't see them taking batting practice, that doesn't mean that they're not getting their work in. 1-2. Off the end of the bat, popped up on the outfield grass is the shortstop. Xander Bogaerts, 2 down. Well, Bautista and Encarnacion, 2 of the most feared sluggers in all of baseball. And last night they both hit their 30th home run in the same game. But when you look at their last 3 seasons, the numbers are very close.
Crazy numbers over their last 3 seasons. 108 home runs for Edwin and 85 for Jose Bautista. What a tandem. And just because they hit right-handed doesn't mean that you can pitch around them. They are both very good power hitters, very good production hitters, and they're good hitters. Very intelligent. And it's Edwin Encarnacion who was saying that Jose Bautista really helped him become the type of hitter he is now by watching a lot of film, trying to study the opposition, what they want to do to him with 2 strikes as opposed to early in the count, what they want to do with him with runners on base. It's all part of becoming a good hitter.
There's a little cutter on the inside that is in there. It's a ball on the strike. What these hitters might do, since Buchholz pitched against Tampa Bay last time out, they might watch and see what he did to Evan Longoria. Power hitter in that Rays lineup. There's a base hit past the diving shortstop Bogaerts. Encarnacion has a 2-out single. And that will get Adam Lind to the plate. And Lind has put up big numbers against Buchholz.
Here comes Edwin. That timing is starting to come back for him now. Climbs all over that high pitch. Gets on top of it and bangs it past the shortstop. He had a home run here last night. I'm sure everybody saw it. 457 feet to left field. And it looked like it was off of a breaking ball. He's starting to get that timing back.
Adam Lind will bat. Lind is the DH tonight. Lind was 2 for 4 in the game last night. He had a 2-run single in the first as the Blue Jays jumped out on front. In fact, they had the lead 3 different times in that game last night. But in the end, it only mattered that Boston had the lead at the end. Boston scored 3 in the bottom of the 10th. Blue Jays bullpen really did a terrific job all night long, especially the effort by Dustin McGowan. In the 9th inning, first and second, nobody out in the tie game, and he was able to strand those 2 base runners.
You know, that should have been, and it could have been, a really special night, I think, for everybody. We saw some major league debuts from some of the young pitchers. We saw the Blue Jays jump out in front. We saw some great plays, some heads-up play by the Blue Jays, and then all of it for naught.
Now, you can't really enjoy it when your team loses, but John Mayberry got his first at bat, had a double, and scored from second base on a sacrifice fly. The bullpen, of course, Kendall Graveman and Daniel Norris got their major league debuts out of the way. One and one to Lind. Tried to check. He went around. The ball got away from Vasquez, but Encarnacion stays put at first. He wasn't really sure where the baseball was.
This guy shuts down the running game right here. We were talking to Torey Lovullo before the game, and what they have seen in the short time that he's been here is he shuts down the running game. You don't see people trying to steal bases off of him. You don't see him stray too far from the bases. He's not afraid to throw the ball around. What a weapon behind the plate.
Changes the way you do things. Sal Perez has that impact for the Kansas City Royals. 1 and 2, 2 outs. Bounced over Napoli's head, foul. There's Melky Cabrera in the Blue Jays dugout. His season is over.
He played, Buck, 3 innings with that tendon tear and the fracture in that finger. 3 innings before he finally said, you know what, I can't do it anymore.
Some of the players told me when he came off after being picked off, his finger was bent and disfigured. They taped it straight, but in that next at bat, he just couldn't swing the bat. We have seen that from Cabrera all season long. He'll get hit by a foul ball, get hit by a pitch, and just when you think he might miss a couple of games, he was right back in there. But he's out to give support to his team. The reports are that he will have surgery next week to repair that finger.
You knew something was up when we had that shot of him trying to take his batting glove off and could barely get the glove off because of the pain.
Full count. Lind's doing a nice job against Buchholz, and as we mentioned, Lind knows a lot about Clay Buchholz. This is his 50th at bat against Clay Buchholz. 6th time Buchholz has pitched against the Blue Jays this year. You were talking about that yesterday. Familiarity.
They should have a pretty good idea of what Buchholz features. He's been hot lately, so they're going to have to pick out something from Buchholz, make sure he gets it over the middle of the plate.
Boy, there was a lot of movement on the infield. Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop, moved from the third base side of second all the way to the first base side of second almost before Buchholz was ready to pitch. He just got to bounce to the other side. Middlebrooks at shortstop, basically. There goes Encarnacion. It's ball 4 inside. Blue Jays got a couple aboard. And here comes their RBI guy. This guy's been swinging a magic wand whenever there's runners in scoring position.
I'll tell you, if you need a run and you need it bad, this guy has delivered all season long for the Blue Jays, Dioner Navarro. He doesn't try and pull everything. The reason why I think he is such a good hitter with runners in scoring position is he uses the whole field. He doesn't try and close off one side of the diamond. You pitch him away, he's going to hit the ball away.
How much does experience play into his success?
Well, he's been in the National League, so he's been out of this league for a while. But I just think the calmness of Navarro. He's been here before, and he's confident. He knows he can hit.
And after that first pitch, Navarro's a .286 hitter against Buchholz. He is fourth in the American League batting with runners in scoring position. He carries a .342 average. Adam Eaton of the White Sox has hit .400 this season. Michael Brantley of the Indians, .354. He's tied with J.J. Hardy. And then Navarro at .342. There's a drive to the gap in right center, and that's going to get down and go to the wall. Encarnacion's going to score. Lind is going to be stopped at third as the throw comes in. One hop to the catcher. So Navarro does it again. An RBI double with 2 outs.
You know, I was talking with Tim Leeper today, and he asked me, he said, who do you think our team leader is? And I got the parameters of that. And he said, well, who's the toughest guy? Who's the guy who's always, coming back when things are tough? He said it's Diana Navarro because of these type of at-bats right here. He said he's just a tough guy, a tough player. He refuses to say no. And I think that's the type of attitude you have to have when you come up in these situations right here. You've got to get that run in. He does, and the Blue Jays jump on top.
Yeah, he does another great job. And all of this started with 2 outs and nobody on. Encarnacion had a single to center. Lynn took the walk, and now Navarro with an RBI double. Danny Valencia 1 for 4 in last night's game. Valencia's having some good at-bats. He's getting more playing time against right-handed pitching. Those are his numbers combined with the Royals and the Blue Jays. .280 for the season. Lind at third, Navarro at second. A run in. The last time the Blue Jays saw Clay Buchholz, he was shutting them out into the ninth. I mean, it was no contest.
He was getting those pitches right there. He has thrown a couple of pitches that were down and on the corner, and they have not been called strikes, so he's going to have to readjust right now and come over the middle. That start he had was outstanding against the Blue Jays. 8 1/3 inning. He ended up giving up 3 earned runs, but he gave them up in the ninth.
The runs scored after he was out of the ballgame. Koji Uehara came in and gave up an RBI fielder's choice. Edwin Encarnacion had a 2-run double, and the Blue Jays tied it up. Buchholz ended up with a no decision. Uehara would eventually win it in extra innings. 2 balls and a strike to Danny Valencia. Kevin Seitzer has been encouraging Valencia to use the whole field. Danny's always been a power guy, thinking about knocking the ball out of the ballpark, but Valencia went to him early on and said, how do I become an everyday player? He said you have to be multi-dimensional. You can't just be thinking about hitting home runs. You've got to be able to have good at-bats, and that will earn you the right to play against right-handed pitching.
He's starting to spray the ball around the ballpark. He's hit a couple of balls on this road trip to right field.
Wow, Valencia backed up from that inside pitch. Pitch tracker suggests it was off the plate. Marty Foster rings him up. The Blue Jays strand a pair, but they jump out on top. Once again, it's Gianna Navarro coming through with 2 outs. This is an RBI double that has put the Blue Jays up 1-0 and given Jay Happ an early lead. It's Xander Bogaerts in the 6th spot. He's worn out the Blue Jays this season. 21 hits in 52 at-bats for the shortstop with 10 extra base hits. And right behind him, Alan Craig is a former National Leaguer. He has seen Happ before. He's 6 for 13 against J. Happ. He has a double, couple home runs, and 6 RBIs. He's in the 7th spot, facing J. Happ here tonight, as the Blue Jays have a 1-0 lead.
Jay went through a rough stretch before his win last Sunday against the New York Yankees. Broke a 6-game winless streak last time out, 7 innings versus the Yankees. He's undefeated versus the Boston Red Sox this season, 2-0 with a 371 earned run average in 3 outings versus the Red Sox. And this is a rematch of the game back at Rogers Center. It was J. Happ versus Clay Buchholz in that game, and Jay matched him pitch for pitch in that game. 6 innings, he gave up only 3 earned runs, had 8 strikeouts in that game versus the Red Sox.
J. Happ's fastball plays very well against this lineup. A lot of guys he can get that fastball upstairs to. Mookie Betts takes one down at the knees for a strike. Mookie Betts was 2 for 4 in the game last night. He drove in a run and scored 3. He's hitting in the leadoff spot. Brock Holt is their regular leadoff batter, but he left the game last night with an illness and still is unavailable.
A little dizzy in last night's ball game from that illness, and he was pulled. Will Middlebrooks came in and got a big base hit in that last inning for him.
2 balls and a strike. Mookie Betts, good-looking young player, and this is his 3rd stint with the Red Sox this season, and they don't want to go back to the minor leagues. He has made that abundantly clear with his play and the way he's swinging the bat.
And John Farrell says, we're going to see what we have here at Mookie. We're going to let him play. They called up Jackie Bradley Jr., who was their starting center fielder for most of the season. And he is going to play behind Betts because the Red Sox want to see what they have in this player out in center field.
Interesting how that's all going to play out. Jackie Bradley Jr. is a terrific defender, among the leaders in outfield assists. There was a report after they demoted Jackie Bradley Jr. that he was being stubborn about changing his approach at the plate. He wasn't hitting a lick, and they were trying to get him to make some adjustments. And according to the report, he was a little reluctant to make any changes. The ball driven into center. Anthony Gose got a late break, and it's over his head, and Betts can run. He's around second, headed for third. Gose gets the ball back in, and Mookie Betts starts things out for the leadoff triple. That ball carried more than Gose expected, and we have seen Betts. He's got some pop in his bat. As speedy as Gose is, he couldn't run it down. Kevin Pillar's in left. Anthony Gose in center. Bautista is in right. Get used to this alignment. You're probably going to see that a lot. Danny Valencia and Jose Reyes on the left side of the infield. Ryan Goins and Encarnacion on the right side. And Deanna Navarro back behind the dish.
Toughest ball for an outfielder is that line drive right over your head. You got to turn, and it's tough to read it. You got some help from your corner outfielders. That time the ball rose and went over the glove of Anthony for a triple.
Dustin Pedroia, the second baseman, goes after the first pitch and fouls it out of play. Pedroia was 2 for 5 in the game last night. He hit a double and drove in a run.
Yeah, it will probably be Gose in center field and Pillar in left field. There's Kevin making his first start since May the 17th at Texas. That's the last time he made a start in left field for the Blue Jays.
It's only his second start in left field this season. Ball in the strike to Pedroia. Pedroia, the former Rookie of the Year, the former American League MVP. Having a down year by his standards. Up the middle. Goins behind second. What a terrific play. Ryan Goins, without question, is the best infielder up the middle they have. He's got great range. He's got a shortstop arm. And he takes a hit away from Pedroia, but the Red Sox have tied it up.
Pedroia will pick up the RBI, but watch Goins position himself backhanded. And what the most impressive thing about that was the throw. How hard it was and how accurate it was. going away from first base, all the way on the fly, just to nip Pedroia over to first base. Yeah, you're right. This guy needs to play all the time. He's their finest infielder.
He sure is, and he will hit. It's very difficult to learn how to hit Major League pitching without facing Major League pitching. 1 out. David Ortiz bats with nobody on. He was 0 for last night. There's that fastball, and Blue Jays has really handled Ortiz well this season. He does have 5 home runs against him, but he's hitting just over 200 for the season.
They've really pounded him, and they've kept that fastball up. They just don't think Ortiz can catch up to it. Yeah, he's stung him for the home runs on mistakes, and chances are he'll hit another home run sometime, but they are really pounding him.
As a shot out to the outfield, Goins is out in right, and he throws Ortiz out. There's that shift once again. That takes a hit away from Ortiz. Before that at bat for the season, he was batting 184 against the Blue Jays. He is now just 9 for 50.
But a lot of production.
5 home runs, 11 RBIs. So there are 2 outs, and he is maybe the hottest hitter in the American League right now, the way he is approaching things. 26 RBIs in his 32 games since joining the Red Sox. Yoenis Cespedes.
I'll tell you, he really works at his craft also. I was talking to the assistant hitting coach for the Boston Red Sox, Victor Rodriguez, and he was saying that this guy takes every pitch in batting practice seriously, always trying to work on something. He said he's only been around 2 players in baseball who have done that: Manny Ramirez, David Ortiz. This is the 3rd one right here, where every pitch in batting practice has a purpose, and every swing in batting practice has a purpose.
This is chopped foul outside of third. Yoenis Cespedes was acquired in a trade at the trade deadline at the end of July with the Oakland Athletics. The Athletics got John Lester. You can see the numbers since he has played for Boston. He's been in 31 games. He now has 25 RBIs. Actually, that's updated. He's played 32 games and has 26 RBIs.
26 RBIs, tied for the 5th most in the American League since that first game at the beginning of August, when he was acquired from Oakland right at that trade deadline. He offers some protection to David Ortiz behind him. Tell you what, he can lose that baseball in a hurry. He can knock it out of the ballpark.
And right there, he takes strike 3. So Jay Happ gives up a leadoff triple. The Boston Red Sox have tied it. It's a 1-1 game as we move to the 2nd. Melky Cabrera is in the dugout, and you can see he's got that right pinky finger splinted, as that's the finger he fractured. He will undergo surgery to repair it, and according to the team trainers, he should be 100% by spring training with no concerns whatsoever. The question is, where will he be in spring training?
Where will he be in spring training? And finishes the season at 301. So he hits 300. That's the good news. The bad news is Blue Jays don't get his expertise the last couple weeks of the season.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because he was having some season, and he will finish the season with 171 hits, 16 homers, and 73 RBIs. Great season. Kevin Pillar playing in left field. He bounces this one foul. Pillar just 219 for the season. But he's an interesting study. He's only had 64 at bats. But he has always hit throughout his minor league career. He's hit 322 as a minor leaguer, but that doesn't necessarily translate into the major leagues as rapidly as everybody would like.
Well, he has his own style. And his style works for him, whatever that is. Right now, he's got his hands down low, and it really helps him to stay through the ball, he says. I can see the ball just a little bit more. I feel like I'm staying through it, and I'm staying shorter. And I think you have to leave young players alone when they come to the big leagues.
And there's a hit. Kevin Pillar with a leadoff single here in the second. He stayed with it and drilled it into center field.
I think the worst thing you can do for a young kid, they've hit one way and they've had success in the minor leagues, and they come to major leagues and you say you can't hit like that. You're not going to hit like that in the big leagues. Let them figure that out, and he's going to have his chance here the last month of the season. You can see the hands, good movement right there.
Yeah, and the key to hitting is to get the barrel of the bat out in front to the baseball. No matter how you do it, if you can do that, chances are you're going to hit.
Tell you what, Hunter Pence, you know, you wouldn't take him and make a video on how to hit, but that guy, he's an all-star.
Another snap throw to first. Pillar dives back in. Pillar's got that guard on his wrist. A lot of base runners will use that to protect their hands and their wrist. Everybody's sliding head first these days.
So it doesn't get bent back. And he goes right to the outside part of that bag, which is perfect.
Christian Vasquez picked off Melky Cabrera last night in the third inning. That's his fourth pickoff of the season. He looks like he has a bright future in the major leagues, and he seems to be aware. Last night he pushed a bunt over a charging Juan Francisco in a sacrifice attempt that loaded the bases. Just one of those guys that makes you think he understands the game.
Yeah, it was a sacrifice situation. Instead of just bunting into an out, he said, I'm going to take my shot, bunt it over the first baseman. It worked out for him.
Goins swings at that breaking ball. Ryan only had one at bat last night, but he made the most of it. He had a double off the glove of Mookie Betts in the ninth inning, a 2-out double. He was lifted for a pinch runner at that point with 2 outs. Dalton Pompey took over as a pinch runner. John Gibbons was asked about that, and he said he felt like it was an opportunity to get a faster runner in with 2 outs.
Late in the ball game, we were going to try and win the game there, and he felt like base hits to left field. They are tough to score runs here when you've got a runner at second base and a single to left field, so he wanted that extra speed.
Of course, after the fact, everybody can criticize Gibbons' decision because they didn't get a hit. They lose Goins' defense at second. Goins strikes out. 1 down. Buchholz with his second strikeout of the night.
Looked like the cutter. And Ryan swings right through it. Buchholz has a lot in his arsenal that he can try and get you out with, and he'll take a couple of innings to figure out what is working for him. It might be his splitter, it might be his cutter, it might be his curveball, and he'll find out what's working for him, and then he'll go to it.
Anthony Gose in the 9th spot in the order. Buckles gets that breaking ball over. He's got such a wide assortment of pitches, and once he gets command of his breaking balls, he can really be challenging for hitters.
That's what he was doing back at Rogers Center against the Blue Jays when he shut him out into the 9th inning. Fastball command was outstanding. You could see it from the first inning. And then he started dropping that off-speed pitch on the Blue Jays. And they just couldn't come up with anything against him.
He opened up that series against the Red Sox as part of that 3-team homestand. Tampa Bay, Boston, and New York. And they had a terrific outing. Way inside. It looks as though he wants the Blue Jays to go after his breaking pitches, like he's wasting the fastball. Just setting up the breaking pitches with that fastball. Comes back with an off-speed pitch.
Another breaking ball. And that's part of the arsenal that we talked about that has been working so well for him.
1-2 to Anthony Gose. 1 out. Kevin Pillar with the leadoff single. He's stationed at first. It's a 1-1 game. Each club scored a single run in the first inning. Gianni Navarro had the RBI for the Jays. Dustin Pedroia had a ground out RBI for Boston. There's a fastball there with 2 strikes. Goes strikes out.
Well, I think the biggest difference for Buchholz is what he was throwing before he went on the disabled list this year as opposed to what he is throwing now in his last 13 starts since coming back off the disabled list. You can see the opponent's batting average from 339 to 235. That is against the off-speed pitch. That's the pitch that has really been working for him. First 10 starts, the opponent's slugging average at 502. And it has gone down since then. They're chasing that breaking ball more and they're striking out more.
Buchholz dealt with injuries last year. He got off to a terrific start, finished up the season with just 16 starts and then had to give in to a neck strain. He just never really got healthy. But he finished up 12-1 with a 174 earned run average. Buchholz is a 2-time All-Star. Reyes bounces it to second. Big hop for Pedroia. Pillar with the leadoff singles, left on base, will move to the bottom of the second. It's a 1-1 game. Center the rest of this month of September. The Chicago Cubs will be at Rogers Center starting Monday, September 8th, the 3-game series. You get to see a chance to see some of those young Cub players. Then on Friday, the Rays are back at Rogers Center. Seems like the Blue Jays have played nothing but the Rays over the last couple of weeks. They'll be in for the weekend series, 12th, 13th, and 14th. Then after a road trip, great week to finish up the season. The Seattle Mariners are in town for 4 games, and the Baltimore Orioles will wrap up the regular season schedule with a 3-game set, the final weekend of the 2014 season. So make sure you check it all out. Call the Blue Jays at 416-341-1234 to get your tickets. You always can get your tickets online at bluejays.com. Mike Napoli will take a first pitch strike from Jay Happ. Napoli's numbers are a bit down, but it's across the board for the Red Sox. You think about what they did last year, and they set a high mark, high standard for offense. That ball is bounced up the middle. Reyes was in the hole, and Napoli has a leadoff single, and that'll bring Xander Bogaerts to the plate, and he has worn out the Blue Jays all season long.
Everything that the Blue Jays have thrown up to Xander this year, he has hit. This is his heat map versus the Blue Jays. And look where the pitches are. They're right down the middle of the plate, and he has been hammering them. 404 average, 21 hits. Now he's a free swinger. He's had 9 strikeouts and just 1 walk this season against the Blue Jays. They're just going to have to pitch him a little bit tougher. He has been susceptible to an off-speed pitch this year. Blue Jays have challenged him with the fastball, and he's made him pay.
He goes after that fastball on the first pitch and hits it a mile high into the outfield. Bautista comes in and makes the catch. Bogaerts is retired. Those 21 hits that Bogaerts has against the Blue Jays, those are the most hits any hitter has against Toronto. Dustin Pedroia, his teammate, has 20 hits. Jacoby Ellsbury, the former Red Sox, has 19 hits. And then Brett Gardner, we know what he does against the Blue Jays. He's got 17 hits. So Bogaerts leads the pack with 21 hits against the Jays. But he flies out to right, Alan Craig. Boy, you don't think he wanted to hug Yoenis Cespedes last night after Cespedes won it with a walk-off single. Craig had a mental lapse in right field that allowed the Blue Jays to score their second run in the top of the 10th.
Yeah, that one would have been hung on him right there. And nobody felt worse than that kid right there. He knew he made a mistake. It's been a rough transition so far for him over here into the American League. And I was asking him, you know, what's been the biggest difference? He said they've been pounding me inside, pounding me with fastballs. In the National League, I might see one fastball inside and they go back out, and that's my game, but they've been pounding me inside repeatedly.
I think that's the one big thing we have seen consistently over the years with American League hitters. They're all very good breaking ball hitters. All of the impact hitters, like the Manny Ramirez of the past, the David Ortiz, the Albert Pujols, Mike Trout, they're all very good breaking ball hitters. So the pitchers in the American League learn how to pitch inside.
And those numbers right there reflect the problems. Remember when we saw him earlier in the year when he was with the St. Louis Cardinals? He was beating us the other way.
Right like that. He drives this ball into the gap in right field. Goes, hustles it in. Craig is at first. Napoli goes first to third.
Save during the plumbing, heating, and electrical expert sale. Only at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Well, the Boston Red Sox put Alan Craig into this game tonight against Jay Happ because they know he's got good numbers. That's his 7th hit in 14 at-bats against Jay Happ. That's a .500 average, and they're hoping that that'll get him going. A familiar face and somebody he's had success against. Napoli goes first to third on the hit. Will Middlebrooks batting with 1 out. This lineup is much deeper with the addition of Cespedes and Alan Craig. And they're both professional hitters, and This is a promising look for the lineup. Middlebrooks, of course, has had his problems. He's batting $185.
John Farrell was talking, Buck, after the game last night about the addition to the young kids to their lineup, how it's made their team a lot deeper. Last night it was Mookie Betts 7, Bogarts 8, and Vasquez 9, and they all had very good games.
You know what youth does for you? It reminds the veteran players how much fun baseball is. They enjoy it. They come out, play hard. They get excited when they do something well. Plus the energy they bring to the game. Mookie Betts, he's got a lot of life in his body. Bogarts, we talked about his 21 hits, and it just reminds everybody, hey, this is a fun game. We should go out and have some fun. I like the fact you inject youth into your team. Joe Torre always felt it was really important when he had that great run in New York to bring in a new face that hasn't won, or a younger player that's playing for the first time.
It's the carrot right out in front of them to really push them. This is a different team offensively than the one we saw earlier this season.
There's a base hit to left field. Napoli comes in, and Middlebrooks has given the Red Sox the lead. 3 hits in this inning against Jay Happ.
We were here in July before the trade deadline and swept the Red Sox, and the Blue Jays really manhandled them. They just did not have the offense. Well, they went out and they got Cespedes. Middlebrooks came back. Betts and Bogarts put in the lineup, and Vasquez just got called up. So it's a different lineup. It's a better offensive lineup than the one we saw in July.
So Middlebrooks picks up the RBI. It's his 18th RBI of the season. Craig goes to second. 2 runs on 4 hits for the Red Sox, a run on 3 for the Blue Jays. Christian Vasquez. Vasquez had a 2-hit game last night and had a sacrifice fly as well. One of his 2 hits was that push bunt that he pulled off in the 10th. Runners at first and second. He squared around to sacrifice and saw the first baseman, Juan Francisco, charging hard. He just bunted it over his head.
Jabbed at it, got it by him. The second baseman's got to go to to first. So Steve Tollefson had to back check. All he could do was just pick the ball up, and the bases were loaded.
Down and away, it's 2-0 to the Red Sox catcher. Vasquez is 24 years old. He just turned 24 on August 24th. He comes out of Puerto Rico. And because he lives in Puerto Rico and has admired the Molina brothers, he works out with them.
His idol growing up, Pudge Rodriguez. And he looks just like him.
It's interesting how Puerto Rico has had such a rich tradition of catchers, including Pudge Rodriguez, and before that it was Benito Santiago, and before that it was Eli Rodriguez. And they've always had catchers. And I asked Luis Rivera why that was in his mind. He is also a native of Puerto Rico, and he said these young kids, they would grasp onto a star, and the stars at that time were catchers. Sandy Alomar Jr. is another one as well.
And then Pudge, and this kid, he loved Rodriguez. He was his idol growing up. And when you watch him play, the way he throws the ball around the infield and how he sets up behind the plate, to me, he looks just like him.
Yeah, he's very quick behind the plate. I like the physique of Vasquez. He's compact. He presents good target behind the plate. Jay Happ with a strikeout. He threw that fastball away and punches out Vasquez. That's his second strikeout of the night for Happ.
Good spot with that fastball. They stayed away from him. Looked like he was guessing on the inner half, and the ball's away, and he's reaching for it, and he's a little bit late. Good pitch right there by Happ.
2 outs. Back to the top of the order, Mookie Betts hit a triple over Anthony Gosse's head in center field. He came in to score on the ground out by Pedroia. For Betts, that's his 5th triple. Give you an idea how versatile he is. Excuse me, that's his first triple. He has 4 home runs. But he has some pop in his bat.
Yeah, he's got good hands. I mean, you can always tell a good hitter when they have good hands. If they're quick, and if they're able to get that bat head out. This kid can certainly do that. Comes from a baseball family. His uncle, Terry Shumpert. Do you remember Terry Shumpert, who played for the Kansas City Royals?
And Betts was an infielder himself, like Shumpert, before he moved to center. 3-0. Two-1 Red Sox. They have scored a run in each of the first 2 innings. A run on 3 hits this inning. Oh, Mookie Betts dropped the bat and was taking his shin guards off when Marty Foster called it a strike, and he quickly picked it up and said, "Excuse me, Mr. Umpire.
Sorry, sir.
I dropped my bat."
Umpires don't like that. You take a pitch like that and thinking it's ball 4.
Now it's a full count. With 2 outs, the runners will be moving on the pitch. Everybody on the infield making each other aware. Craig will be off from second. Middlebrooks at first. There go the runners. Ball is fouled out of play. You can see Betts right there apologizing to the umpire after that foul ball. He said, "Man, I'm sorry about that." And just awareness to let the umpire know he knew he made a mistake.
Happened to be my rookie year. Ball bounced on the plate after I questioned a call, and the guy rung me out and said, "Next time, you better be swinging."
There's strike 3 call. Jay Happ strikes out a couple in the inning, but Boston has taken a 2-1 lead, 3 hits. RBI by Middlebrooks. For the Blue Jays, it'll be Bautista hitting in the 2 spot, then Encarnacion and Adam Lynn. And Nava did not start in this game, but he's in right field as a defensive replacement He is taking over for Mike Napoli in the lineup because Alan Craig has moved in to take Napoli's defensive position at first base. So Napoli is out of the game, and we have not been given any information about why Napoli has been removed. We have watched the trip around the bases, and there was nothing to indicate he hurt himself running the bases. So if we get an update, we'll pass it along quickly. So Nava is in right. Napoli is out of the game. And for the Blue Jays, it'll be 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup. Bautista, Encarnacion, and Lynn. 2-1 Boston. First pitch is outside. Surprising part of this game, Jose Bautista hasn't hit a home run yet. He loves hitting in this ballpark, doesn't he?
Give him a chance. This is only a second after that. He just missed one his first time up. He popped up to the shortstop.
Okay. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball is in there. 1-2.
I like the idea how they moved him up into the number 2 hole, because he's not your typical number 2 hitter. You get him up in the first inning, you get Edwin Encarnacion up in the first inning. And what you know, the Blue Jays scored another run in the first. It's been a very productive inning for him all season long.
Well, they have so many good hitters, especially when they had Reyes, Cabrera, and Encarnacion in the 4th spot behind Bautista. And we have said it time and time again, pitchers take an inning or two to get settled into the game. The Blue Jays have been able to ambush a lot of pitchers in the first inning. 2-2 to Bautista. Pops this one up over near the seats. Vasquez is there, and neither Vasquez or Middlebrooks can make the catch. It hits on the warning track, and neither one of them got a glove on it.
You give a hitter like Jose Bautista an extra swing, he can hurt you. This ball, really, I think it's a third baseman's ball, because he's coming straight in, and it actually went off of the glove of Will Middlebrooks. Young Vasquez showing his ability to get over there and his athleticism, but that's an easier play for the third baseman.
So Bautista has another swing. That's a high breaking ball. Buchholz doesn't want to throw too many upstairs like that.
Not the way that Jose has been swinging it. Staying back just a little bit more. He's on everything. I mean, he is staying back. He's using his hands, and everything that they throw up there, he's been on it.
Pops this one up. Pedroia calls for it, takes charge, and makes the catch on Bautista. So that'll bring Encarnacion to the plate. Edwin had a 2-out single and scored the Blue Jays run in the first, and both Encarnacion and Bautista hit their 30th home runs last night. They are the second home run duo in the American League as you look at Cruz and Davis with 63. Trout and Pujols for the Angels. Houston has Chris Carter, who's had a great second half of his season, and George Springer. They have 55. There's a cut fastball for a strike, and the final duo is a National League duo of Giancarlo Stanton with 36 and Osuna with 19. Excuse me, Tapper back to the mound. Encarnacion had let the bat go, he would have had a base hit because the defense was playing him to pull.
Yeah, that ball gets by Buchholz, and he can jog to first base with an infield hit. There was not but one person on the right side of the infield, and Buchholz took a hit away from him.
Well, he had the right idea, but he quit his swing about halfway through and just tapped it back to Buchholz. 2 down. Lynn walked in the first inning. That set up the Deanna Navarro RBI double. Lynn did not score on that double to the wall in right field with 2 outs. It was kind of surprising, but they didn't have a chance to score him, and Luis Rivera stopped him at third.
Got the ball back in very quickly to Pedroia. So Lynn could not score.
Bouncing ball, Pedroia hits himself in front of it, and another easy inning for Clay Buchholz. First time the Blue Jays have gone down in order. Follow your team anywhere with Rogers NHL Game Center Live. Get live out-of-market regular season games on your phone, laptop, or tablet. Live stream over 1,000 games so you can follow your team and catch the games that matter to you. Rogers NHL Game Center Live. We move to the bottom of the third. There's a Bruins fan who would love the opportunity to have that Rogers Game Center Live. Just around the corner, we are in September, and they have preseason hockey soon, and then regular season early in October.
NFL kicks off.
Going to have it all for you.
The NFL kicks off tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow is a full slate of games on the NFL. Of course, next week on Thursday, you'll have an NFL game on Rogers. The Steelers at the Ravens next Thursday. Dustin Pedroia drove in a run in the first with a ground out to second. Boy, he takes a mighty cut, doesn't he? Here's one of those guys that doesn't project in scouting bureaus. You look at him, hey, well, he's a little guy. He probably doesn't have any power. Probably doesn't run very well. Doesn't have great range, but Rookie of the Year, MVP.
Yeah, here's another one for you. I don't know if you remember when he first came up, they were knocking the ball right out of his hand. Trying to pitch him inside, soon knocking the bat out of his hand. Couldn't play. He got off to a terrible start as a second baseman. And what did the Boston Red Sox do?
Stayed with him.
Stayed with him because he's a baseball player, and he has rewarded him with a great career.
And he's called out. That fastball on the inside corner, Pedroia didn't agree with it, but he's going to pack the lumber, and you can see him say, "No way, that's a strike." So David Ortiz, who grounded out to second base his last time up, he's always been a big power hitter against the Blue Jays. He's got 5 home runs against them this season. That adds to his career total. The active home run leaders against the Blue Jays: David Ortiz, Jason Giambi's just been activated for the Indians, Mark Teixeira's with the Yankees, of course, Jones and Davis, that dynamic duo in Baltimore. But David Ortiz, Big Papi, is the leader of the pack.
In recent history, has there been a more clutch player in the playoffs than this guy?
That's a good question.
I can't think of one. I know Jeter's come up with some big base hits and home runs and great plays and all that kind of stuff. But this guy, David Ortiz.
Well, first and foremost, he has a lot of opportunities. But when you go into a meeting, if it's a regular season game or postseason game, first guy you talk about is David Ortiz. We can't let Ortiz beat us. And to be able to put up big numbers in the postseason is quite an accomplishment.
Big home runs, clutch home runs. Some people just love the limelight. Reggie Jackson was like that. Loved the stage. When the bright lights were on, they became better players. I think David Ortiz is the same type of player.
Yeah, I agree with you. The bigger the stage, the better they perform. 1-2. He fights it off to stay alive. Yeah, it's really interesting, and obviously the Red Sox won for the first time in a long time in 2004. And, of course, Ortiz was a big part of that, along with Manny Ramirez. And to look at what they have done throughout their career in the postseason is pretty remarkable.
He's the one who hit those big home runs.
It's a fly ball. You got to stay with this ball. It'll come back over the playing surface. Anything down in that corner really gets tricky because it gets above that roof, and the wind will shoot over the top of that roof and blow it back to fair territory.
Especially the balls that are a little bit deeper into that corner. You can see where that door is. From there to the 310 sign right there, you got to stay with that high fly ball. Kevin Pillar knows that. He's thinking about trying to make this catch, and he climbs the wall, but to no avail. It's about 5 or 6 rows deep.
1-2, 1 out. Another foul ball. You go back to 2004 to the present day, and you look at all the postseason games and all the great players that have played in the postseason. David Ortiz has 15 postseason home runs. That is second behind Carlos Beltran and Albert Pujols. They both have 16 postseason home runs. And as far as the RBIs, Ortiz is the leader of the pack. That's off Encarnacion's glove, and that's going to be a base hit for Ortiz. He gets aboard. Encarnacion dove to his right, got a glove on it, but he couldn't make a play.
It looked like Ryan Goins, who was playing short right field, had a shot at this ball, but your first instincts as a first baseman is to go and get it. Watch where Goins is in right field, and he gets a good break on this ball. It looks like he was going to be able to field it, but Edwin knocks it down and knocks it away from him, so it'll be an infield hit.
To finish up with Ortiz and talk about that postseason run. Since 2004, the man with the highest batting average with a minimum of 75 plate appearances in the postseason was Manny Ramirez, 358. Pujols is right behind him at 355. Ortiz has a 320 average.
Incredible. And then big hits too. Big home runs. Remember the series where they came back 3-0? It was Ortiz who was winning games for him.
And a walk-off opposite field home run against Jared Washburn against the Angels, hit it up into the green monster seats. He just has a flair for the dramatic. Plus he's got that Cadillac home run trot that he enjoys to break out. Cespedes is called out on strikes his first time up. Boy, I tell you what, to me he looks like a different hitter. He looks like he's readily open to using the whole field. He's not trying to impress you with how far he can hit it. Remember, this guy won the home run hitting contest a couple years ago in the All-Star game. And he has put up big numbers trying to drive in 100 runs.
Does he win it 2 years in a row?
Yeah, well, he might have,
in New York and in Minnesota. So there's no question he's got incredible power. But since he has come to Boston, he has become an RBI machine for him, if you will. Just trying to take the ball the other way, back through the middle. He has come up with a lot of clutch hits for him.
Got a hot streak going right now. His last 12 games hitting nearly 400. Well, and I agree with that approach from Happ. We have seen Cespedes, since he's come to the Red Sox, work the ball out over the plate. That's where he wants it. So you got to try to pound him inside, especially with 2 strikes.
First pitch last night with that bases loaded and detonate from Casey Jansen. He took it, and he barely moved. So he was looking for that ball out over the plate.
He drills this ball into the gap. Ortiz is headed to second. Bautista plays it off the wall. He missed it the first time. They're going to send Big Papi. They missed the cutoff man, and he's going to score. Bautista grabbed at it the first time and missed it. When he grabbed it again, he hurried his throw. He airmailed the 2 cutoff men, allowing Ortiz to score all the way from first.
Well, the first thing you have to do as an outfielder, you have to get it to the cutoff men. You're going to let those infielders with their great arm make the play. Pitch out away, and that's exactly where Cespedes wanted it, and he drills it into the gap in right field. Big Papi takes off. He reads it right away. Jose missed it there. He missed it there. Now he tries to hurry and overthrows the cutoff man, and that's going to allow Ortiz to score all the way from first base.
And Reyes was too close to Goins. The trailer has to be farther away so he won't get a short hop on that overthrow. And when that ball got over Goins, he created a wicked hop for Reyes, and he couldn't make a play.
I thought Ryan could have gotten out there a little bit farther also. That's a long throw for Jose to make. The first thing you want to do is you want to get it to the cutoff man, and watch where Reyes and Goins set up their tandem.
Too close. Much too close. And Goins has a shortstop arm, so he can go farther out into the outfield. He's got the arm strength to throw from right field. 3-1 Red Sox. Daniel Nava batting for the first time. He entered the game as a defensive replacement, took over for Mike Napoli, and moved into right field. We have not been given an update on the status of Napoli and why he was taken out of this game. One and two to Napoli. Still just 1 out. Dustin Pedroia called out on strikes to start the inning.
Nava's just going to try and shoot the ball wherever it's pitched. If it's inside, he'll pull it. As a right-hander, he's a switch hitter. If you try to stay away from it, he's going to try and hit it the other way.
Off the end of the bat, Goins goes to Encarnacion. Nava is out. Cespedes moves to third on the ground out. Xander Bogaerts, I mentioned his 21 hits against the Blue Jays this season, the most in baseball against the Jays. And he's just 21 years old.
Just 21 years old, and they're going to put him at shortstop for the month of September to see what they have here. He's a big guy. I was standing around the batting cage when he came by. He's tall. And I think he's going to fill out, too.
Yeah, he's from Aruba. He was born in Oranjestad, Aruba. Signed by the Red Sox as a free agent in 2009. He played on the World Baseball Classic team from the Netherlands that was loaded with shortstop talent. Jonathan Scope, Andrelton Simmons, Didi Gregorius,
Profar,
Jerkson, Profar, and Xander Bogaerts. That's a pretty good team to put together for the World Baseball Classic, and they took a lot of pride. They went to the finals.
Did you mention Simmons?
Andrelton Simmons of the Atlanta Braves.
Yikes.
Talented.
Yeah, if I'm a scout, that's where I'm going to go find a shortstop.
Bogaerts gets jammed with that fastball. He's batting just .231, and you can live with that. Remember, Bogaerts came up at the end of the season last year and played pretty well down the stretch. Again, you can see Happ trying to emphasize the inside part of the plate. This team has proven time and time again they like the ball away. They have adapted to Fenway Park by not really becoming so pull conscious. Sometimes you can get enamored with that short porch in left field.
If you're a right-handed batter, that's the worst thing you can do, just trying to hook the ball off the wall. Take some of that power away. Think about going the other way. And then if they make a mistake, just use your hands. Try and be quick on the inner half. Jay Happ's fastball is pretty good tonight. We've seen a couple of 95s and a 96 already.
Two and two. Cespedes at third. Ground ball. Valencia takes his time across the diamond. That ends the inning. But for a second consecutive night, Boston has scored a single run in each of the first 3 innings.
Sportsnet, brought to you by the all-new 2015 Honda Fit. Fit your lifestyle, fit your fun, fit whatever.
Beautiful Fenway Park. And it is a cool evening. It's cooled off dramatically. It was hot and humid all afternoon. That led to the thunderstorms and the delay. We had a 73-minute weather delay. And that's why we are only in the 4th inning.
Yeah, we can't call it a rain delay, can we?
Never really rained.
It never rained. It was nasty. It was dark. And there was a lot of lightning in the area, but it didn't rain.
Lots of Blue Jay fans in attendance, and we have had a chance to say hello to several fans in and around the ballpark. And they have come from all different locations. Lots of them from the Maritimes coming down and enjoying Fenway Park. Blue Jay fans travel very well. 3-1 Red Sox. Janner Navarro with the Blue Jays RBI. His 63rd RBI. He continues to build on his franchise or his current career high in RBIs.
Look at that batting average, up to 282 for Deanna. He is locked in right now.
Breaking ball on the outside corner. We have just been informed that Mike Napoli, the Red Sox first baseman, was taken out of the game in the top of the 3rd because of illness. Same thing we got last night with Brock Holt. So Napoli is out of the game. Down Navarro is going to want to play another season the way he's swinging the bat right now. I'm not going to want to take any time off. If this season comes to an end abruptly, he's going to say, can we play more?
Yeah, let's keep playing because he is really swinging it left-handed. You can just see him, the way he takes pitches. He's recognizing that ball out of the hand of the pitcher very early.
Navarro is having one of his finest seasons offensively. As we mentioned, he has set a career high in RBIs with 63. He's just one off his career high in home runs. He has 12. Takes that ball into the dirt. Navarro in August hit 289. He's off to a great start in the month of September as well. He hit 300 in July. And he just looked across the board. He has put together a pretty good offensive season. Hot shot knocked down by Craig, and they've got time as Buchholz is there.
Another hard hit ball by Diana Navarro, that time robbed by Alan Craig at first base. He is on everything.
He's hit 319 since the All-Star break. And you can see he's feeling good at the plate. Danny Valencia will step in. He was called out on strikes his first time up. He didn't necessarily agree with that call of the home plate umpire, Marty Foster.
Well, if it makes any difference, I didn't either. It looked like a cutter on the inside part, and it went around the plate. You tell me, is this a strike? Doesn't look like it. But the only guy that matters thought it was. No way.
So Valencia now is quickly behind 0-2.
Got a battle now. You can't guess with Clay Buchholz here. He's got too many pitches that he can get you out with. The curveball, the splitter, the cutter, changeup. What you want to do right now is hitter just see the ball. Just find it right here and try and be as short as possible.
Boy, he gets called out, and now he's saying, you know what? They can't both be strikes, the inside strike and the outside strike. But Valencia is called out for a second time tonight.
Two-seam fastball. It's going to come back and just grab the outside part of the plate. Danny thought it might have been low and outside. But the home plate umpire has got a good look at it. Calls it a strike.
Well, I tell you what, Christian Vasquez did a heck of a job of receiving that pitch. Very little movement with the glove, and he held it rock steady. That's 4 strikeouts now for Buchholz. He's gotten Valencia twice. Kevin Pillar had a leadoff single in the second, but he stayed put, never moved off first. Off-speed pitch. He was way out in front. Now 1-2.
Looks like he's starting to zero in right now with all of his pitches. Last time out for Clay Buchholz, he went down to Tampa Bay. 3-hit shutout. He only allowed 3 base runners in his second complete game shutout of the season. So right now he's starting to get the feel.
Line drive to Pedroia. Quick inning Pilar lines out. 3 up, 3 down in the fourth. Is Monday, September 15th at the Albany Club in Toronto. Join Roberto Alomar, Fergie Jenkins, Cito Gaston, Dwayne Ward, Devon White, and many more for a baseball discussion and luncheon in support of the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Don't miss this great opportunity to chat about the state of the game with so many baseball legends. For tickets, log on to baseballhalloffame.ca. Great opportunity to catch up with a couple of Hall of Famers and some great baseball people with links to Blue Jays baseball and Canadian baseball. Robbie Alomar and Fergie Jenkins, of course, in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Alan Craig. Pat mentioned Craig's struggle since being acquired by the Red Sox, but they put him in the game against a pitcher he knows, and he's responded with a base hit. Here he goes after the first pitch. Goins on the outfield grass. The second baseman makes the catch. 1 out.
Canon Summer Clearance Sales Event. The season's best prices on digital SLRs and point-and-shoot cameras for a limited time only. Visit a Canon authorized dealer today.
Fenway Park, historic Fenway Park, and see a lot of those cannons around the old ballpark. And that one will bring you up close to everything. Will Middlebrooks had an RBI single in the second. Middlebrooks is an interesting young player. He's got some power potential, but he's not yet harnessed that power, nor the ability to have consistent at-bats.
When I saw him a couple of years ago as a young player, I was watching him take batting practice here, and I thought he was a perfect fit for this ballpark. Tall and lean. He's got a slight uppercut to his swing that really looks like it's going to be and projects to be, 25 home run types of seasons. But he has battled some injuries and some inconsistencies in the last couple of years, and he just hasn't found his footing in the big leagues yet.
He's hit 5 home runs against the Blue Jays in 29 career games. He had a 3-homer game against him at Rogers Center. He reminds me a little bit of Dwight Evans at the plate, just the way he stands in and has that tremendous leverage and power. Of course, he has not approached the Evans standards yet, but it's intriguing. He's an interesting guy.
I'll tell you, if he ever gets it, I think you can chalk up 25 home runs. At times, the problem is he gets a little bit long in his swing, and you'll see a lot of strikeouts, and you can find holes in his swing. But when he stays short and he stays inside the baseball, that's when you're going to see the consistency, and you're going to see the home runs start to happen.
Inside, full count, all 4 actually. That's a 1-out walk. Let's check in with Jamie Campbell. Well, what a season Brantley has put together. He is just getting better and better, and he's a good defender. He's had a big night at the plate, and that Indians team continues to perform very well in the second half of the season. There's a deep drive to left field, and this ball is up, and off the wall. Middlebrooks is headed around third. Here's the throw to the plate from Pilar, not in time. Christian Vasquez with an RBI double.
He came so close to hitting his first big league home run. When it left the bat, it looked like it had a shot, but I think the wind knocked it down. It's starting to blow in from that corner. Fastball inner half, and that's a Fenway shot right there, high and deep. I credit Will Middlebrooks reading that ball and running hard from first base after the walk. It hits high off the wall, but he was running right away and he was able to score ahead of that throw. 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good call on the Middlebrooks break because there was 1 out. He read that it was not going to be caught, so he took off and scores all the way from first base. There's that breeze, and you're right, it might have knocked that ball down a bit and kept it in the ballpark.
Middlebrook just walked with 1 out, and he reads the ball, and yeah, there he goes. He said that ball is not going to be caught, so I can score. And if you play in this ballpark long enough, you'll know those balls to left field if you can go first to third or try and score.
Mookie Betts behind 0-2 as Todd Redmond begins to loosen up. 4 runs on 7 hits for the Red Sox, and they have scored in every inning so far tonight. A single run in each of the first 4. Breaking ball. Where that bat flies through the zone, doesn't it? He really turns it loose when he gets his pitch.
He's got a lot of movement. You see his pre-setup before he gets ready to swing the bat, and he's got that exaggerated hand move. It reminds me a lot of Gary Sheffield. Remember, Sheffield had a lot of bat waggle, but when he's ready to swing it, he gets it in a good spot.
You can do whatever you want to do with the bat. It doesn't really make any difference where you hold it, but when that front foot hits the ground, your bat handle better be over your shoulders in a launching position.
What did Charlie Lau used to call it? The launching position. Right there. You keep it right off the back shoulder.
You can have all the movement you want, but when that front foot is on the ground as you stride toward the pitcher, you better have that bat over your right shoulder. Charlie Lau had a great video of the '73 All-Star game in Kansas City, and I believe there were 7 home runs hit in that game. And he had a cameraman with a 16mm high-speed color film take pictures before video, of course. And it was terrific. Ball is hit in the air deep to right field. Vasquez retreats to tag at second. Bautista setting up. Here's the throw all the way to third base, and it's not in time. Bautista made a strong throw right on the money to third, and Vasquez slides in safely. Now John Gibbons is out to talk to Alan Porter, the third base umpire. And Gibbons is in conversation, looking back in the dugout now, seeing if he gets the thumbs up or thumbs down.
That he left early? That's the only thing I can think of, is maybe he feels like he left early.
Kind of an interesting slide. He slid over the bag, Bautista, with a terrific throw. But he slides over the bag with his front leg. Watch how that's in the air. And then the back leg is the leg that hits the base first. And I think they were hoping that maybe he was tagged out before he hit the base, but that's not the case. But now there are 2 outs, runners at third base. Dustin Pedroia is 0 for 2. Pedroia is 5 for 17 against Jay Happ, but he has a home run. Vasquez really getting an aggressive lead down the third base line. What's the point of being aggressive from third with 2 outs?
He's a smart baseball player. I mean, when you watch him, he's going to get that lead. He knows Danny Valencia, the third baseman, has got to play deep because Pedroia is at the plate. So if there is a wild pitch, a short wild pitch, he can score.
Brian Goins throws out Pedroia to end the inning, but the Red Sox get another run. It's 4-1 Boston as we head to the 5th. Now it's time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn. Insiders cover every angle of the Toronto Blue Jays. Breaking news, photos, videos, opinions, and tweets. A one-stop shop for everything Blue Jays. Blue Jays Rundown only on Sportsnet.ca. And the headline on the Rundown tonight, the injured Cabrera says he wants to stay in Toronto. Of course, that's in reference to his impending free agency. He is a free agent after this season and Shida opines that Melky says he wants to stay here and play with the Blue Jays, and he's been a good player for the Blue Jays this season when he's healthy.
Yeah, he really fits in with the Jays right after Reyes and right in front of Jose Bautista. He's been on the move. I think he's played for 4 teams in 4 years before this season, and he likes Toronto. He's gone on record to say that. Question now is, will the Blue Jays pay the money that it's going to take to keep him?
Pony up and pay Melky. That's the big question. He's coming off a terrific season, and one that has certainly gotten the attention of a lot of baseball people. Brian Goins fouls off the breaking pitch. Goins struck out against Buchholz in the second. You were talking about Dustin Pedroia and how he got off to a slow start. Took a while before he could really get his feet on the ground. I think this is another example of a guy that could benefit from an extended opportunity to play in the major leagues. He's hitting the minor leagues wherever he's playing.
Yeah, and we're not suggesting he's going to turn into Dustin Pedroia and win Rookie of the Year and MVP and all that kind of stuff. But Ryne Sandberg was the same way. He got off to an awful start to his career, something like 2 for 34 or something like that, or 0 for 34. But the team knew what they had in him, just like the Red Sox knew what they had in Dustin Pedroia, a baseball player, a guy who's going to do it. He's going to figure it out.
I'll give you an example of another guy in that same category, Yadier Molina. Nobody thought he was going to hit when he first started out, but they felt like he was going to be a very good defensive player. Dustin Pedroia got off to such a slow start, but Ron Johnson was the AAA manager that really put the stamp of approval on Pedroia. And he told Terry Francona, stick with this kid. He's a winner. He's going to hit in the big leagues. Just stick with him. So Francona told him, hey, don't worry about hitting. And you just play defense, and that hitting will come. Well, after a terrible month, Francona went up to Pedroia and said, you know, you didn't have to take that literally. And obviously they became very good friends over their tenure together. And Francona saw him develop and blossom into the Rookie of the Year.
Hey, he can play. And there is a transition from AAA to the big leagues, and the good ones figure it out.
There's a call, strike 3. That's the third time a Blue Jays batter has been called out on strikes tonight. 5 strikeouts overall.
And it's the fastball once again. It looked like it really surprised Ryan. Buchholz blazing that fastball in there to get the strikeout.
Clay Buchholz looks like he's got it figured out. You go back to his last 2 starts, and he has been in control. Of course, he's going to be a key to their future in the short term. He is now the most senior member of their starting rotation. He's got to be the lead dog now.
Yeah, the elder statesman on this team now, and he was talking about that the other day, how he learned from John Lackey and John Lester and Josh Beckett, some of the veterans who were here, that, you know, when times are tough, you know, the veteran can go down to the young kid and talk to him and soothe him over just a little bit. That happened to Alan Webster in his last start here. Buchholz, now the veteran, went over and told him, hey, look, everything's going to be fine. You're going to be okay. You're going to pitch in the big leagues a long time. And there's some credibility to that. Mark Buehrle's the same way for the Blue Jays.
Bouncing ball. Craig at first flips to Buchholz, who steps on the bag. Ghost is retired, 2 down. 10 straight retired by Clay Buchholz now. This is one thing we have seen from the Blue Jays over the last month and a half. If somebody is on their game, they haven't been able to scratch out a base runner, scratch out a hit. They haven't been able to bunt for a base hit or work for a walk. We have seen long streaks of batters go down in order.
Until they start hitting home runs again, and then they score runs. But that's what it's all about when you run into these good pitchers. Buchholz is a good pitcher when he is on. You have to be able to manufacture runs. You're not going to knock the ball out of the ballpark every single night.
And that's the value of Melky Cabrera. He hits all comers. He's a switch hitter. He'll get base hits for you, and he will keep you out of these extended streaks of batters being retired.
I think speed is important also in the game of baseball again. Manufacturing runs. Bunt for a hit if you have to, steal a base, go first to third, score on a double from first base.
Now, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, questions about Rasmus, and the assumption is Colby will not be back, as he's been told. The kids are going to get the playing time from here on out. Melky Cabrera, I don't know if the club has made a decision or a determination, but speculation is that he won't be back. Once he hits the free agent market, he's going to get a 3, maybe 4-year contract somewhere.
And I don't blame him for checking around and seeing where the best fit is for him.
Pedroia timed his leap perfectly. Reyes has a hit taken away. Pedroia flashing the leather. Another 3 up, 3 down inning. Buchholz has retired 11 straight. giveaway day is presented by Mr. Sub. Sunday, September 14th, Blue Jays will take on the Tampa Bay Rays. It's a 107 start. The first 20,000 fans in the Raptor Center will receive a Blue Jays messenger bag. Call the Jays at 416-341-1234 or log online at BlueJays.com. And order your tickets for Sunday, September 14th, and you'll get a beautiful Blue Jays messenger bag. Perfect time for the students to get the messenger bag. You can throw that over your shoulder, take all your homework home with you, and then check in with your mom and dad and make sure you get it done. David Ortiz will start things off. Ortiz had a single off the glove of Edwin Encarnacion. He goes after this first pitch, and it's a mile high. Danny Valencia behind second stays with it and makes the catch. That's always an interesting dilemma for us in the press box now. Okay, they're playing the shift. The third baseman caught it, but he was behind second. So is it a pop up to 5 or a pop up to 4?
Well, you know, that's a great thing because I've been thinking about that same thing. So I just write shift, pop up to 5. So now I know he caught it.
Third baseman caught it in the shift.
That's right.
Look at you. You help me out with something every single day. Yoenis Cespedes, he had the game winner last night. He drove in a run in the third. He drives this ball to right. Bautista comes in, makes the grand.
I do not recall Yoenis Cespedes going to right field as much as he has against the Blue Jays.
Now,
when he was in Oakland.
When you think about it, there is a lot of room for base hits in right center and right field. I mean, that's a spacious outfield, the biggest right field in baseball. And when you start spreading out the right fielder and the center fielder, you have a lot of room for hits over there. And like you said before, if Cespedes thinks about that part of the field and the pitcher makes a mistake, throws a hanger, he can use his hands and hit it into the seats.
Use the hands, get it up in the air. You don't have to hit it very far here to left field.
Daniel Nava took over for Mike Napoli, who was taken out of the game because of an illness. Napoli had a single in his only at bat and came around to score. The Red Sox have put up a picket fence tonight. They've scored 1 run in each of the first 4 innings. They lead it 4-1.
There it is. Last night, the first 3 innings, they put up single runs in 3 in the 8th and 3 in the 10th to win that ball game.
And number 11 is pitching. Clay Buchholz. There's a strike. It's 3-1 to Nava.
I think they might run out of ones back there.
Well, they got to have a lot of ones because of all of the out-of-town scores that they put up on that manually operated scoreboard. Inside, Nava takes ball 4. Let's see, first walk issued by Jay Happ tonight. It comes with 2 outs in the 5th. So Xander Bogaerts will step in. Bogaerts is 0 for 2 with a fly out and the ground out. We mentioned Bogaerts got some postseason experience. Last year he played in 12 postseason games, had 27 at bats and hit .296.
All at the age of
20
years old.
Actually, it was 21 because he turned 21 on October 1st. So he had just turned 21. Right up the middle, Goins will step on the bag to end the inning. Bogaerts is retired. The Red Sox leave a run, and for the first time tonight, they don't score. We'll go to the 6th, 4-1, Boston. Astros in AL West action. It's Dallas Keuchel versus Jason Hamill. It's all following the Blue Jays baseball on 4 Sportsnet channels, and they had quite a finish to their game this afternoon out in Oakland. The A's went to the bottom of the ninth, down by 2. Josh Reddick tied it up with a 2-run double, and Jed Lowry drove Reddick home for the game winners. They scored 3 in the bottom of the ninth to beat the Astros 4-3 and turn things around. It was looking kind of bleak for the A's in that situation, and they needed to snap their losing streak.
Oakland needed that one bad because they have fallen 6 games behind the Los Angeles Angels in the American League West. And they needed that one. Maybe that one can get them back on track.
The Angels are tied 5-5 in Minnesota. They're in the ninth. Jose Bautista has popped out twice. He is batting in the number 2 spot in the order. Encarnacion will be next, followed by Lind. I think Bautista is looking for a breaking ball. It looks as though he's made up his mind that Buchholz is going to try to get him with a breaking ball. And he threw that cutter and checked it.
92 miles an hour on the outside part of the plate. Hitters will go up there. They'll look for certain pitches and certain counts. This is the 6th time that Buchholz has pitched against the Blue Jays this year, so if anybody knows him, it's Jose Bautista.
Staying away. Everything is away. Buchholz has a 3-run lead, but as we know in this ballpark, 3-run leads can evaporate very quickly.
Pushed him off the plate. He has to stay aggressive with that 3-run lead. You don't want to start getting cute and try nibbling right now. He has retired, what, 11 in a row? Stay aggressive. If he knocks it out of the ballpark, you still have a 2-run lead.
Bautista rifles it down the left side. Full count. We're in the 6th. Blue Jays need to rally, figure something out against Clay Buchholz. He has shut him down effectively again for the 2nd consecutive start against the Jays. There's the breaking ball high in the air. Cespedes over into that corner, and that is a fair ball as Bautista hit one high and deep, and that's exactly that ball we were talking about. Jason Bay, who played here for a while with the Red Sox, said that 30 feet down in that corner is the toughest 30 feet in baseball. When the wind is blowing and this high pop-up gets down into that corner, you can see Cespedes didn't have much room. He kind of reached for it very tentatively, and it landed fair.
That ball will blow back. Watch it come back, and it stays fair right down the left field line. Jim Rice was telling me that when I was a player one time, and ball just like that blew back, and it was fair ball. And said you get down into that corner, the wind comes over that corner like that and pushes it back into fair territory. And it looked like Cespedes wasn't real sure where that ball was. And it looks like John Farrell is going to review it.
We have seen a lot of funny things happen down in that corner, and we're going to take another look at this ball. Now watch this ball. Does it brush against the wall before it hits? To me, that's a fair ball all the way. I didn't see it change directions by any means, and the third base umpire, Alan Porter, was camped into it. This will give you a good shot of it right here. I think that's fair all the way.
Sure. It certainly looks like it. Looked like that ball stayed fair and true right down the left field line. They've got a quick quick result.
Yeah. Fielding cover at the crew chief just pointed right at Bautista and say, stay put. You're fine right there. So Bautista gets a leadoff double. It's a curious time to challenge right there. You got a 3-run lead. And I know the Blue Jays are flat. That double comes after the Blue Jays were set down 11 straight. But it was really kind of a curious challenge.
I want to be 100% sure. I'll tell you what, if I'm going to lose my challenge in the 6th inning like that.
Well, maybe that's the spark the Blue Jays needed. Bautista's double snaps that streak of 11 straight retired by Clay Buchholz. Now Encarnacion. Plenty of time for the Blue Jays, and certainly the Red Sox have had all sorts of problems with their bullpen.
Plenty of firepower in that lineup also for the Blue Jays. You get Bautista on. Edwin cranks one out here right now. We got a new ball game.
Two and 0. Lind will follow Encarnacion. Edwin has 2 home runs against Buchholz. Outside.
He just will not offer at that ball. I mean, that's incredible for a big power hitter to be able to recognize that pitch is just off the plate. They might give him the go-ahead right here. 3-0.
I bet you he takes another one just to size it up.
Taken all the way.
Yeah, there was no reason to really swing at it. He wants another look at Buchholz. He tapped back to the mound his last time up. He singled in the first. Now he'd be hard charging. Now Buchholz wants to talk about it. Obviously, this is a pivotal at bat for the Red Sox. Bautista with the leadoff double stands at second base, and Buchholz called his young catcher out. Make sure they were on the same page. The bullpen for the Red Sox is quiet. Now they just talked about it. What's taking so long? Did he forget already?
He forgot what he told him.
He just went out and talked to your pitcher. He told you what he wanted to do. Now he's set. Bautista is chased back to second. Ball 4. Encarnacion takes a walk, so the first 2 reach here in the 6th, and that'll bring Lind to the plate. And all of a sudden, the complexion of this ball game's got a chance to turn around right here.
You got the good numbers by Adam Lind versus Clay Buchholz. The first 2 reach, and the Jays trying to come back in this one.
Lind coming into this game a career .347 average against Clay Buchholz. He has walked and grounded out.
And what he has done with runners in scoring position this year, he has really come through for the Jays. We talk a lot about Deanna Navarro hitting with runners in scoring position. Lind's done a good job also.
Off the end of the bat, Buchholz will go to second for 1. Bogart's back to first. What a double play started by the pitcher. Clay Buchholz is a terrific athlete, and you can see his athleticism on that play. That ball was cued off the end of the bat. He backhanded it and quickly got himself into throwing position to make a good throw to Bogarts.
Yeah, he smothered it right on the mound with the backhand and then sets himself. And he's got to throw back uphill on the mound. And remember that? He's got to deal with that, and he throws a strike to Bogarts. And Bogarts shows off his strong arm. Flat-footed at second base. He throws a hard ball over to first base, a seed over to first to get the out.
Well, he was in front of the bag, and Encarnacion was all over him, but he stood his ground and made a strong throw to complete the double play. So now Navarro is going to have to come through with 2 outs. Deanna has hit the ball well twice. He has a double and was robbed on a nice defensive play by Alan Craig at first, who knocked it down and threw the pitcher covering.
Navigating the lineup. That's what you're thinking about right now if you're Clay Buchholz. You've got a very hot hitter and a left-hander at the plate. And you've got a right-hander in Danny Valencia, who you've struck out twice tonight.
And Valencia
sitting on deck
is headed back to the dugout. They've got a complement of left-handed bats: Rasmus, Francisco, Johnson. They've even got Kawasaki, who has been used as a pinch hitter.
Looked like Colby was grabbing a helmet and a bat. He might be coming out on deck.
Of course, Colby had the pinch hit home run Thursday in the 10th inning in Tampa Bay, the only run of the ball game. Two balls and a strike to Deanna Navarro. He hits this hard to center field, but Mookie Betts is right there. Navarro keeps stinging the baseball. A promising inning, and the Blue Jays end up with nothing. They leave a base runner on. Buchholz still with a 3-run lead. The future of Canadian baseball, September 16th through the 20th at Rogers Center. Blue Jays Hall of Famer Roberto Alomar will host a showcase baseball tournament at Rogers Center, highlighting some of Canada's best amateur baseball players with college eligibility. Tournament passes are now available at bluejays.com/T12.
Lots of success last year in the tournament 12, so this is the second year for it. Should be a lot of fun.
Robbie Alomar, of course, loves baseball and wants to help these young players, and he has put his name on this great tournament. And New Era has sponsored it, and it's a great event for young Canadian baseball players. It all takes place on the 16th through the 20th at Rogers Center. Boston has a 4-1 lead. They were held scoreless for the first time in the 5th by J-Ham. Alan Craig is 1-for-2. He popped out to second his last time up. He had talked to some of the Red Sox coaches about Craig, and now he is pressed since coming to Boston, and you can see his numbers reflect that. This is a good hitter. And he has been a good hitter for a while, but for some reason, whatever it is, he has struggled since he's joined Boston.
He's been a run producer in his career. He is a good hitter. And again, they've been really pounding him, keeping that fastball inside on him.
He went to Cal Berkeley and played with Brandon Morrow. They were teammates at Berkeley. He grew up in Southern California in Mission Viejo and played his collegiate baseball at Berkeley. Drafted by the Cardinals in the 8th round of the 2006 June draft. He was an all-star in 2013. He drove in 97 runs for the Cardinals. Brandon Morrow got back into action as a reliever in last night's game.
What Craig has done over the last few years, he's been a run producer. .427 batting average with runners in scoring position.
Save during the plumbing, heating, and electrical expert sale. Only at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
It has really cooled off here in Boston after that lightning and thunderstorm earlier. It was a hot, muggy day all afternoon, but boy, you can feel a dramatic change in temperature. It's supposed to be in the 70s tomorrow. Well, Middlebrooks has been aboard twice. He had an RBI single in the second, walked and scored in the fourth. Drives this ball to right. Bautista backing up at the track, at the wall, makes the catch and crashes into the wall. Craig retreats to first. Bautista hit that wall hard, and it is a very stout wall.
Yeah, it is not very padded out there. You gotta have a lot of courage to get back there. Your teammates will help you if that's your bullpen, but not a lot of padding. Jose makes a great catch and then slams into the wall with that left shoulder. And then has the presence of mind to try and get the runner, Craig, seeing if he's off a little bit too far at first base. Throws behind him. It's a good play.
That wall is concrete for about the first 4 feet, and then there's a wooden pad above it, a piece of plywood above the concrete, braced by some steel beams in the back. It really is hard and it's padded, but it doesn't have much give. The fence at Rogers Center is basically removable, so there's a lot of give, and when you go up against that fence at Rogers Center, it'll cushion your blow quite a bit. Not the case here at Fenway Park.
We've seen Shane Victorino go into that wall over there a couple of times in his 2 years here with Boston. One time it sent him to the disabled list.
Yeah, that was right here, and he ran full speed and without regard for his safety and crashed hard into that wall. Christian Vasquez hit one top of the green monster back in the fourth. Picked up the RBI as he drove in Middlebrooks all the way from first. Pulled foul.
I think he's going to hit. When you watch Vasquez at the plate and the way he swings the bat, he's going to hit. He doesn't have to hit a whole lot because of his catching ability and his defense, but I think he's going to be a good hitter.
You know, I think the problem with scouting and developing of catchers is everybody gets so enamored with offense behind the plate. There have only been a couple of Johnny Benches and Mike Piazzas. Gary Carter, Carlton Fisk. I mean, you can think of them on two hands. But if you get a guy that can catch and throw first and foremost and has the pitcher's success top of mind, he is going to be an asset. Tony La Russa, of course, got to see Yadier Molina firsthand. He said he's the best catcher he's ever seen. Now, La Russa's been around the game a long time. And he said Yadier Molina does not have to hit to help your team.
He's a catcher. Everybody's looking in at him, right? Handling the pitching staff, doing all the little things that you do defensively.
This is bounced toward third. Valencia takes it on the short hop. Throws out Vasquez. 2 down. Craig goes into second. He's in scoring position now as they'll turn the lineup over.
I think catching, defense, then shortstop, and then center field are your most important positions defensively. If you get anything offensively, then you have a superstar at those positions.
When you think about the impact of a catcher, he impacts 12, maybe 13 pitchers. Carry 13 pitchers. He's going to have an impact on every one of them. Gianna Navarro has certainly been an upgrade from J.P. Arancibia last couple of years. 2 outs. Mookie Betts takes one downstairs. It's interesting that Jackie Bradley Jr. won the job out of spring training, and Mookie Betts was a youngster, and they didn't plan on him breaking with the club out of the spring. But Jackie Bradley Jr. played terrific defense, but just wasn't able to hit enough in center field. You know, it really goes into the team concept. You talk about defense up the middle, and center field is part of that. But if the other guys that are supposed to hit aren't hitting, then you need some more offense, and it's really unfair to a player like Jackie Bradley Jr. He has to pay the price.
You know what else happens? You become exposed because the other teams, your other teammates, are not hitting. So then teams will sacrifice a little defense for a little offense.
Years ago, there were a couple of great shortstops that played on championship teams that didn't hit a lick. Dow Maxville of the Cardinals and Mark Belanger of the Orioles. I mean, they didn't even concern themselves with hitting.
They didn't need to.
They had great pitching staffs in St. Louis and in Baltimore, and they wanted that guy at shortstop to catch it first and foremost. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Jay Happ trying to leave a runner in scoring position. And he will. Mookie Betts strikes out. 4 strikeouts for Jay Happ. Will go to the 7th. Blue Jays are down by 3. Danny Valencia, Kevin Pillar, and Ryan Goins when we come back to Boston. With Michael Wilner. Extensive debate on the whole story. Blue Jays talk with Mike Wilner after the game on Sportsnet 590, The Fan. We move to the 7th inning, and Clay Buchholz once again is pitching deep into the ball game. He is coming off 2 terrific starts. He went 8 2/3 against the Blue Jays, 8 1/3 against the Blue Jays 2 starts ago, and then last time out he improved upon that as he pitched a complete game 3-hit shutout against Tampa Bay.
I think the further he gets away from the disabled list where he was earlier this year, I think the better he is getting. He is getting stronger as the season goes along.
Danny Valencia trying to get something going here in the 7th. Valencia has been called out on strikes twice so far. If he gets called out a 3rd time, he might have something to say to Marty Foster.
If he feels it's a bad pitch, right? The first one, it was on the inside part of the plate. Danny thought it was inside. Last time, he thought it was off the plate, down and away. Oh, and these nights right here, you get up there and it feels like it's 0-2 before you step in the batter's box. It's a tough hit. You got to battle. You got a tough pitcher on the mound right now, and Buchholz, and Valencia is behind in the count.
Checked his swing, and it's a foul ball. He dodged away from that pitch up and in. Blue Jays have just 4 hits. They got their only run in the 1st inning, and 2 of their 4 hits in that first frame. Valencia is not really sure where Buchholz is going, as he's done a good job of mixing his pitches.
He's missed twice now with that fastball. He overthrew both of them, and they rode up and in. We'll have to take something off of it right here.
Hit him. And that one got away, and Valencia will start the inning at first base. Fastball up and in, clipped him on the shoulder. And Buchholz was trying to run that ball inside, and he hits Valencia.
He got ahead. You see him shaking his head as Craig Breslow is up and starting to warp. He got ahead of Danny Valencia and then really looked like he tried to overthrow some fastballs. Watch this one ride up and in for the 3rd straight ball right on the tricep area. They wanted to go up and in, and it clips Danny.
Kevin Pillar has one of the 4 Blue Jay hits tonight. Oh, he had a good rip. Oh, he had a good cut at that ball. He lined out to the second baseman in his second at bat. He is 1 for 2. The Blue Jays saw their 5-game win streak come to an end last night. They lost in extra innings 9-8. A very tough loss, having had the lead 3 different times in that game. This is popped up on the infield. Pedroia backpedaling to the edge of the grass, makes the catch. So now Goins is the scheduled batter, and Kobe Erasmus has come out of the dugout. So Rasmus is going to bat for Goins.
This is when it starts to get real interesting. You got all kind of players that you can play around with. It looks like John Gibbons trying to force the hand of John Farrell. He brings the left-hander Rasmus here, and he might be trying to get Breslow into the game, and then he can counter that with another right-hander off the bench.
He's got John Mayberry now, and Mayberry made his Blue Jays debut. He'll spend Rasmus here to get Mayberry a shot at the left-hander. Mayberry had a pinch double in last night's game and then had a hustling trip around the bases as he scored on a sacrifice fly all the way from second.
He's played in the National League. He sees this, what's happening. He might be called upon here.
So Buchholz is out. He goes 6 1/3. He lives with the lead. He cannot lose it. He can win it. Craig Breslow, the left-hander, coming out of the bullpen. John Mayberry is getting the up coach, and Rasmus is still on deck. It looks like he's going to hit against Breslow. Can watch the Blue Jays on Sportsnet live on your smartphone. Visit RogersAnyPlaceTV.com/sports to get started. Well, Clay Buchholz is out of the game. At one point, he retired 11 straight. Now he gives way to the bullpen, and the first man out is Craig Breslow.
Breslow pitched in last night's game. It was just 1/3 of an inning for the Red Sox. He gave up a hit to Reyes and then got the out by Gose. So the left-hander in here trying to force the hand of John Gibbons, and he's going to send up Colby Rasmus.
Colby Rasmus will stay in the game. He was announced as a pinch hitter. Rasmus batting .193 against lefty pitching. He is 16 for 83. But he's got pop. 17 home runs. He has hit 3 home runs against lefty pitching. Steve Tollefson has come out on deck. Rasmus hooks it foul.
He's going to have to stay in on this left-hander, Breslow. He's 0 for 5 in his career versus Breslow, and he's been getting him with the breaking ball, down and away. So he's got to stay on it.
Both of his pinch hits this season have been home runs. He's 2 for 6 coming off the bench. Blue Jays trying to get back in this game here in the 7th. Well, Rasmus doing what you want from your pinch hitter. He's up there hacking.
Yeah, come off the bench. You got 3 swings, 3 chances. Make the most of them. You don't have a lot of time to think up there when you're pinch hitting. The game is moving so fast. The best way to go up there is just see the ball and hit it.
There's a high fly ball to right near the pesky pole. It's got the distance. It is a home run. Colby Rasmus with his 3rd pinch hit home run. And it's a brand new ball game. He wrapped it around the pesky pole. And Rasmus for a second consecutive big at bat, delivers a home run.
Boy, that's amazing. It's tough to do. Come off the bench and hit. And Erasmus goes up there swinging. He had a couple of swings to get loose and then got a pitch to his liking. You're right. It's not very deep down the right field line, but you got to keep it fair, which he did. And the Blue Jays are back in it. Thanks again to the home run.
Home run number 18 for Colby Erasmus. And John Farrell is back headed to the mound. Well, Farrell rolled the dice and brought in Breslow, and John Gibbons kept Rasmus into the game, and this is a pretty swing.
Get it up in the air, get it down the line, and you can see where that wall jets out. It's not very deep at all. Craig Breslow gives up the home run to Colby Rasmus. Blue Jays down by 1.
Burke Maidenhop into the game to face Steve Tollison when we come back. Tollison was announced as the pinch hitter. He might be out now for Munenori Kawasaki. Sent Colby Erasmus to pinch hit for Ryan Goins, and he connected off the left-hander.
And to his credit, Colby Erasmus has stayed ready. He's had 2 big home runs on this road trip. That knocks Breslow out and brings in Burke Maidenhop, the right-hander.
And with that, Munenori Kawasaki is batting for Tollison, who was announced as a pinch hitter. So Rasmus has pinch hit, Tollison, and now Kawasaki. It's a 4-3 Red Sox lead. Maidenhop pitched an inning in last night's game. He retired to side in order in the 7th. Struck out Danny Valencia, got Pilar to fly out. And then got Tollison to, actually it was Goins who grounded out that inning.
They used 7 relievers last night.
Yeah.
The Boston Red Sox. The only one who was not in, Stephen Wright and Koji Uehara.
There's a strike. It's now 2-2. Kawasaki lines it to center, and that's going to be a base hit. Mookie Betts plays it on the hop. Kawasaki comes off the bench and gets a pinch hit. So Rasmus had a pinch homer. Kawasaki gets a pinch hit base hit. That's his 3rd pinch hit of the season.
Blue Jays have done a good job of pinch hitting this year. They've come off the bench and they've come off swinging. Kawasaki now represents the tying run. John Gibbons pulling the strings, and they're working.
Both teams going deep into their bench and deep into their pins in last night's game. Reyes Takes one inside. It's a 4-3 game. Boston with a 1-run lead. Aaron Sanchez cranking it up in the Blue Jays pen. The Red Sox, as Pat mentioned, used 7 relievers last night. The Blue Jays used 6. The expanded rosters allow you to make a lot of moves. Craig, double clutch, throws to second for 1. Back to first, not in time. A little bit of a bobble cost him the double play. He went in his glove and bobbled it momentarily. That hesitation allowed Reyes to reach.
That's all he needed to beat that one out. Hit right at him. And right there, double clutch just a little bit. He also had to make sure that he made a good throw. And then when Bogaerts returns it, Reyes beats it out and keeps the inning alive. And look who's coming to the plate.
Jose Bautista in the 2 spot tonight as John Gibbons, without Melky Cabrera, moved Bautista, Encarnacion, and Lind all up a notch. Bautista's home run last night came in the 6th inning, and that erased a 1-run deficit.
Badenhop is a severe ground ball pitcher, so it's tough to get the ball in the air against him. He's given up 1 home run in 65 innings this year.
That was the case with the starter for the Red Sox last night, Alan Webster. He had only allowed 1 home run, and Bautista made it 2. 1-0. Now 2-0. Hit hard. Bogaerts backhands, goes to second, and that will end the inning. Reyes is forced out at second. But the Blue Jays on 1 swing of the bat. Colby Erasmus hit a 2-run home run. It's a 1-run game. Net 590 The Fan. Win 4 tickets to the Blue Jays Fan Appreciation Weekend. The prize includes tickets, airfare, hotel, and the chance to throw out the first pitch at a Blue Jays game. Contest closes September 19th. Full rules at BlueJays.com. Colby Erasmus has taken over in center field. And he has hit the Blue Jays' 8th pinch hit home run of the season to make it a 1-run game. Munenori Kawasaki pinch hit for Tolleson, who was pinch hitting for Anthony Gose, so he takes over at second base defensively. And into the ball game on the mound is the youngster Aaron Sanchez.
16 games already for Aaron Sanchez, 2-1 with a 152 earned run average. He threw in the first game on this road trip. He also threw in the second game of this road trip, so he's had a couple of days off to recoup. And once that home run was hit by Colby Rasmus, it got the Blue Jays back into the game. John Gibbons wants Aaron Sanchez into the game here to pitch in the 7th inning.
Especially where you are in the Red Sox lineup. It's Pedroia, Ortiz, and Cespedes. The meat of the order for Boston. Look at that movement. Johnny Navarro took it right out of the strike zone. That looked like a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, it looked like it might have cut the inside corner, but it was
moving
right in on the hands of Dustin Pedroia. Pitch tracker suggests it might have been a strike.
Pedroia has seen Sanchez. He is 0 for 4 against Sanchez. Quite a matchup. Great fastball pitcher, great fastball hitter.
Pedroia likes it up. And Aaron's got that bowling ball sinker too. That thing just, it's heavy and it's hard and it really runs in on the right-handers.
Leadoff walk. Pedroia's at first.
Save during the plumbing, heating, and electrical expert sale. Only at Home Hardware and Building Center locations. Homeowners helping homeowners with expert advice.
Beautiful shot of Fenway Park, all lit up for this Saturday night up there. And a diamond in the middle of all the darkness. Pedroia with a leadoff walk is at first base. Ortiz has gone 1 for 3 and a hit off the glove of Encarnacion in the 3rd. There's a strike. Interesting defensive alignment. Of course, with the runner at first, you can't play the infielder in the grass. He is on the dirt. That is Valencia, the 3rd baseman, closest to first. Kawasaki is near the bag at second.
Earlier tonight, when there was not a runner on base, the second baseman in Valencia was shifted over. They were flip-flopped. And I think what John Gibbons wants to do right here is keep his middle infielders around second base in case there's a ground ball, so they could turn a double play.
One and 2 to Ortiz. Sanchez has certainly got his fair share of experience since coming up. Initially, it wasn't really known how they were going to utilize him, and there was the talk that he didn't have very good command, and that was a concern. Well, that's out the window. Command has not been a problem at all. He doesn't need to command the corners throwing 98.
He doesn't have to. He can just wing it in there. Says he's very comfortable here. He says he's learning a lot at the big league level. His fastball, the one pitch that he's really been able to command since he's been up here. When you're a reliever, you don't have to throw all 4 of your pitches. Look, I'm watching Dustin Pedroia at first base in his secondary lead, and he is so close with the big pull hitter. Watch what he's doing here. He is backing up so he can get a good read, so he's not square. Usually when you take that secondary lead, you bounce off towards the bag. He's actually going towards right field.
Yeah, and he doesn't like to be close to Ortiz when he's swinging that big bat. That's interesting.
Gets off, and he almost like he's running towards the second baseman.
There's a ground ball. Kawasaki from his knees. The ball gets away, and Pedroia not sure if he can advance with that shift on. There was a lot of movement on the infield. Sanchez ends up covering third base. Kawasaki couldn't make the play at second. And that's what happens when you lose Ryan Goins' defense defensively at second base.
Yep. The throw off the line. He had plenty of time to make that play. I don't think he was going to get Pedroia at second base. Watch it one more time as Pedroia takes off. It's hit right between Valencia and Kawasaki, and in his haste, he throws the ball away, and all hands are safe.
Leadoff walk and an infield single. Boston has a 1-run lead. Blue Jays scored 2 in the top half of this inning. Now Sanchez has got himself in a jam. Cespedes is 1 for 3, had an RBI double in the third. What a swing. What a pitch. Another great example, power against power.
Remember, it was Cespedes against Aaron Sanchez back at Rogers Center that got the game winner. A single back through the middle, he hung him a curveball. And Cespedes stayed back and hit it back through the middle, and that's what it looks like he's trying to do again. Runners in scoring position, trying to drive in the run.
Cespedes is 2 for 2 off of Sanchez. Cespedes got that base hit that won the game on the first curveball that Sanchez threw in that ball game. And he just bounced it, and he didn't bounce it, and he was trying to bury it in the dirt and didn't do it.
Just left it up just a little bit. Look at that. Runners in scoring position this season. Almost 330.
You can bet that Sanchez is not going to throw him a curveball in this at bat. Another fastball right in on his hands. Well, this is where the experience, and Cespedes doesn't have that much major league experience, but certainly has a lot of international experience. He won't deviate having that breaking ball in his mind. He has become a run producer. He has 94 RBIs, and he's got a young pitcher on the mound, and he's just thinking, if he throws me that breaking ball, I'm going to be ready for it. And he stays hard with the fastball, 98, and a big strikeout for Sanchez.
That was the right pitch. I think Cespedes was thinking breaking ball right there. He got the base hit against him last time, so Aaron throws that fastball that just buries it. That ball going straight down. If Cespedes hits it, it's going to be a ground ball.
In the last 3 games, the Blue Jays have had some terrific work out of their bullpen. On Thursday, it was Brett Cecil in the 9th inning, striking out the side and stranding the bases loaded. Last night, it was Dustin McGowan in the 9th inning. Runners at first and second, nobody out. He stranded those 2 base runners. That pushed it into extra innings. Sanchez, first 2 reach here in the 7th. He's trying to do the same.
Yeah, when you have runners on base, you need big outs. You need strikeouts. We saw it from Brett Cecil down in Tampa. We saw it from Dustin McGowan last night, and now Aaron trying to do the same thing right here. A walk and an infield hit has set up this inning.
Okay, let me ask you, as a former hitter, at what point do the hitters say, well, I know he's going to throw me a fastball? Does that make a difference with Sanchez on the mound?
At one point, does the hitter? I think they sit over there and say, you know what, we beat him last time with a breaking, when he threw a breaking ball. So I think he's going to try and pump that hard fastball in there, especially with runners on base where you can get the ground ball. So the hitters are going to pick up on that, I think. I mean, experienced hitters would.
0-2.
And there's a lot of experienced hitters on the Boston Red Sox.
But I guess my question is, should Sanchez deviate from throwing the fastball?
No, I don't think so. He got beat with it. He might show it to him. Just let him and remind him, let him know that, hey, I still have this, and I might throw it.
I don't think you can throw it here. Stay with the fastball.
That's that old saying, you don't want to get beat with your secondary pitch.
He's got enough velocity, certainly, and he's got movement, and we have seen him locate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pedroia with the leadoff walk is at second. Ortiz had an infield single. There's a fly ball to left field. Pilar over and makes the catch.
That's that great movement on that fastball. Takes it right off the barrel of the bat. Takes it right to the end of the bat. And it's a weak fly ball to left field. Impressive stuff.
So now it's Bogaerts who steps in with 2 outs. Bogaerts has been held hitless. He's 0 for 3. Sanchez jumps ahead. Boy, one thing, too, we have seen from Aaron Sanchez, there's no panic in his makeup. He walks the leadoff man, gives up an infield hit, and he stays focused. Bottom of the 7th inning. The Blue Jays scored 2 in the top half of this inning to make it a 4-3 ball game. Boston with the lead. .24 pitches in the inning. So Sanchez backs off the mound to regroup a bit.
Take the time. He pitched 2 games again on this road trip already, and they shut him down for a couple of days. Probably just get 1 inning out of him now because the Red Sox are working him over.
Well, Bogaerts knows he's getting the heater, but the movement took that ball right under the bat. Two balls and 2 strikes. That's an emergency hack if I've ever seen one. Yes, yes, no, don't swing.
Yeah. He's lucky he fouled it off, too, or it might have hit him. That's, again, that great movement on the inner half.
Now, if I was going to throw a breaking ball,
I was just thinking the same thing.
I'd throw it right now.
This is it, because you pounded him in now with about 4 or 5 pitches. Now would be the time to throw the breaking ball.
Another fastball. Reyes, second base. What a job by Sanchez. The first 2 reach, and he leaves him on base. We'll go to the 8th. It's a 1-run game with Boston up. fit your lifestyle, fit your fun, fit whatever.
For the second time on this road trip, Colby Rasmus is going to come off of the bench, and he's going to come up in a big situation and hit a home run. This ball from Breslow right down Broadway, right where Colby likes it, and he yanks that ball. He pulls it down the right field line, right around that foul pole. It's not very deep down the right field line. Colby Rasmus has gotten the Blue Jays right back in this ball game with tonight's drive of the game.
Once again, it's the home run that gets the Blue Jays back in the ball game. Edwin Encarnacion is 1 for 2 with a walk, and he was trying to go deep.
He hit the ball like he did last night. That home run he hit, 457 feet for Edwin, longest home run by a visiting player here at Fenway Park since Josh Hamilton hit one last April that was measured 469 feet.
It went so far it should have counted 2. There's a base hit. He crossed up the Red Sox. He gets aboard. It'll be interesting now with John Gibbons having all the pinch runners, and they're going to make a move. Both teams are making a move as John Farrell is out of the dugout. Encarnacion with his second hit of the night. Looks like Dalton Pompey has got a helmet on, whether or not he's going to come into the game. Batenhop is out. The left-hander drink. Thirds of an inning in last night's game. Britton came in with 1 out in the 6th and retired Adam Lind and Deanna Navarro.
Second stint with the Major League Club this year. He's called up as a 26th man for a doubleheader that the Red Sox had back on May. 45 games this year, which led the Paul Sox reliever. That's Dalton Pompey, who has come in to pinch run. Lots of moves in September baseball.
John Mayberry came off the bench and hit a double in the 10th inning. And that set up the 2-run Blue Jays inning. He scored the second run in that inning on a sac fly. He scored all the way from second base. He is very adept at coming off the bench. Mayberry for the season is 9 for 23 as a pinch hitter with 3 pinch hit home runs and 11 RBIs. Pompey has great speed at first. He has 113 career steals in the minor leagues. Mayberry with a big cut. Pompey in Dunedin this year was 29 for 31 in steals. He was 6 for 6 in AAA. He's only been caught 20 times in his minor league career in 319 games. But you got one of the best throwers in baseball behind the plate.
Yeah, and you've got a left-hander out on that mound, so that move's going to be a little bit tougher to pick up. What you don't want to do right now, you don't want to get picked off. You want to let Mayberry hit. He represents the go-ahead run, and he certainly is capable of hitting one into the seats in left field.
There's a high pop into shallow left field. Bogarts is back, and he's there. Makes the catch. Mayberry's retired on the pop-up. Now, Deanna Navarro, he faced Britton last night and was robbed of a base hit as he hit a hot shot to third. So he's got a vision of a well-hit ball in his mind, fresh from last night. One out. Breaking ball for a strike. Pompey at first, studying the signs from Louis Rivera and getting some help from Tim Leeper, the first base coach.
He's got a very good lead over there at first base, and he's freezing as soon as Britton picks up that front leg.
There's a base hit for Navarro. That was a slide step from Britton. And oftentimes a pitcher trying to hurry his throw will make a mistake on that slide step delivery, and that's what happened.
Yeah, he made a mistake right there. That ball was up. Watch the slide step, just trying to cut down that release time towards home plate, and it's right down the middle. DeHonor, the way he is swinging it right now, he's seeing it, and he gets himself another base hit.
Navarro passing along some information to Pompey at second.
I think he was telling him, hey, watch Vasquez. He'll throw behind you if you get a big secondary lead.
Danny Valencia, he is 0 for 2. He was hit by a pitch in the seventh. Batting against the lefty. Valencia for the season against left-handed pitching, batting .340. Pompey at second now. He represents the tying run. This is popped up on the infield. Infield fly rule in effect, and Valencia is retired. So Britton, the youngster, doing a nice job in a tough situation.
That fastball right in on his hands. Again, he led their AAA team in appearances this year with 45. He also had 5 saves for their Pawtucket Red Sox team.
So these two may have met up down in the minor leagues. Kevin Pillar at Buffalo. Drake Britton at Pawtucket. It's got to be a very good feeling for a minor leaguer who has faced so many major leaguers that he's never seen before to see a familiar face on the mound.
Yeah, let me see what that breaking ball looks like, what it looks like coming out of his hand. You got to figure that they met somewhere this season.
Little looper into center field. Mookie Betts coming hard, dives and makes the catch. Mookie Betts hustling in, took an awkward dive toward it, caught it, and the Blue Jays leave a pair. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th. The Red Sox have a 4-3 lead. Now time for a Blue Jays Central update. Here's Jamie Campbell and Greg Zahn. Cannot be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership. Another good ball game here at Fenway Park. It's a 4-3 Red Sox lead. Juan Francisco has come into the game as a first baseman, a defensive replacement at first base. Lind was out of the game as the DH, and Encarnacion left as for the pinch runner Pompey. So Francisco is in the third spot in the order, and the new pitcher in the game is Brandon Monroe.
So Brandon Morrow in last night's game, the first time that he has pitched out of the bullpen in a few years, 2/3 of an inning, gave up a hit in his work last night. He looked very comfortable as he works for his 8th game this year.
How about this matchup? Brandon Morrow against his former college teammate, Alan Craig. A couple of Cal Bears matching up. Craig has gone 1 for 2 with a walk. Goes after that first pitch and hits a high fly ball into right, but Bautista's got plenty of room. Boy, that wind is pushing that ball all the way out to the warning track in right.
Yeah, it's really picked up. The wind has picked up here, and it's blowing from the left field foul pole to the right field foul pole. So the outfielders might want to take a couple of steps back now in the last couple of innings here.
Will Middlebrooks got an RBI single way back in the second. It's an interesting month for the Blue Jays and Morrow. He has an option for next year. The Blue Jays have to decide whether or not to pick that option up. The only question for Morrow has been whether or not he can stay healthy. When he's healthy, he's a pretty good pitcher.
If they decline the option, the Blue Jays, making Brandon Morrow a free agent, then he'll have choices if he wants to continue to start. I don't know if a starting spot is going to be here for him.
Hit to Kawasaki, who is straight up the middle, 2 down. Morrow has been quoted as saying he sees himself as a starter. And that's an interesting mindset, and one, obviously, that's his choice. And he has had success as a starter in the past.
And if there is no movement, I guess you could say, in the Blue Jays starting rotation, if no one's traded away, right now the starters are getting the job done. They're starting to bring in some of the young players. They might want to see him as a reliever here and see if that's where the future is with the Blue Jays. Now, if he wants to start, there's always teams looking for starters.
Absolutely. 2 down. Christian Vasquez, the catcher, in the number 9 spot. Well, Morrow, you can see pitching out of the bullpen, his velocity is up to 98.
He can maintain that. He doesn't have to work 3 times through a rotation or a lineup. He can just use that fastball and that wipeout slider. Well, you do that, you can have a lot of success out of the bullpen.
Edward Mujica is loosening up. He has been named a closer for the interim as Koji Uehara has fallen upon hard times recently. Well, Morrow really becomes interesting because he has closed in the past. He did for the Mariners. And if he has a few outings here, then you really are hard-pressed. Casey Jansen's a free agent at the end of this season. You might have your closer.
Then you pick up the option, I think. If they like what they see in the month of September, I'm with you on that one.
Vasquez flies out to Pilar. Morrow has a clean inning in the 8th. We'll go to the 9th. It's a 4-3 ball game. Edward Mujica will not come in just yet. Rasmus is the first batter, and he went deep his last time up. On Sportsnet. Log on to sportsnet.ca to find out how you can win tickets to a Buffalo Bills game. There's tomorrow, Sunday, the first Sunday of the NFL season, and Sportsnet will have their first Thursday night broadcast next Thursday, September 11th. We move to the 9th inning. It is a 1-run game. Drake Britton is in the game. That is Jackie Bradley Jr., who has come in to play center field. He's a terrific center fielder. Daniel Nava moves from right field to first base. And Mookie Betts moves from center field to right field. So there are a lot of defensive moves here in the 9th inning. And there's Betts in right.
Lots of moving parts. We had that shot of Mujica warming up with the left-handers. 2 lefties scheduled to start the 9th inning here. John Farrell has elected to keep Great Britain in the ball game.
And the Blue Jays don't have another right-handed bat. Tollison has been used as a pinch hitter, didn't come to the plate. Mayberry popped out as a pinch hitter. Pompey, a switch hitter, has been used as a pinch runner. So Britain stays in the game. This is the challenging aspect for managers this time of the season. You got a lot of unknown players that you're going to face.
Yeah, and a lot of options. So you got to keep your options open. Tough breaking ball right there from Britain. You got to think 2 and 3 moves ahead of the other team.
Britain came in with a man on and nobody out in the 8th inning. Gave up a single to Navarro, but got Valencia and Pilar to pop out. The appeal down to Alan Porter. He says no swing.
Colby homered on a fastball from Craig Breslow. That got the Blue Jays back into this ball game. Looks like Britain's going to just feed him off speed pitches now.
Britain finished 22 games down in Pawtucket. He had 5 saves. He pitched exclusively out of the bullpen, so he is familiar with this situation. Rasmus, then Kawasaki, and back to the top of the order, the switch hitter. Rasmus strikes out. With 1 out, now it's time for a preview of what's coming up next on Connected. Here's Brendan Dunlop and Jamie Thomas. Thank you very much. And that U.S. semifinal, really interesting in New York, so make sure you check that out. Plus all the great baseball action coming up right after this game. Kawasaki goes after the first pitch, and he falls behind 0-1. The Orioles have lost. The Yankees have won. Cleveland has won. The Tigers have lost. Seattle was rained out, so all the teams, Blue Jays, they know where they stand now as far as the wild card race.
Got to figure out a way right here to come back, because all the teams that they needed to lose, they all won. Cleveland, New York, those are the teams they're chasing in the wild card.
Seattle has resumed play down in Texas after their rain delays, so they're in the top of the second. It's a scoreless game. Corey Kluber won for the Indians and improved to 14-9 with a 247 earned run average. He's had a heck of a season. Kawasaki behind 1-2. Now it's 2-2.
He's overthrowing those two. He got ahead. 2 good fastballs right there. Now just trying to put a little something extra on it, and he's pulled him out of the strike zone. And you know Kawasaki, he's not going to offer it those balls off the plate.
He fights it off and stays alive. Blue Jays lost a heartbreaker last night in 10 innings. They had an early lead in this one, 1-0 on a Navarro RBI in the first inning, but they haven't been able to get back on top since. Casey Jansen had a rough outing last night and took the loss. look out. Well, that's a tough one when you're hanging in there against that breaking ball, expecting to get a breaking ball.
And it backed up on him. It just spun out of his hand, and he didn't pull it down to the outside part of the plate. Kawasaki trying to protect that outside corner. He has to duck out of the way of that breaking ball. From 0-2 to 3-2.
All four Kawasaki's aboard. So now John Farrell has a decision, and he's made it already. He has stepped out of the dugout and made the call to the bullpen. Kawasaki works Britton for the walk. He is the tying run at first. Britton is out with one out here in the ninth. Reyes is the batter. Edward Mujica will come on to pitch for Boston. Red Sox have a 4-3 lead in the ninth. Ninth inning, gave up a 2-out double in that ball game and was able to strand that base runner, so he is on for the 58th time.
Installed as the closer, as Kozuo Ohara has had a rough second half. John Farrell named him the closer just the other day, and so he'll try to finish it off right here. He's got good stuff, and he's had experience as a closer in the past.
Reyes, formerly of the Mets. That fan had a Met replica jersey as Reyes steps in. One out. Kawasaki at first. Reyes goes after the first pitch and lifts it into center field. Cespedes calls for it and makes the catch in left center. So Reyes goes after the first pitch and he flies out.
Just didn't get all of it. That ball, Mujica's got a fastball, breaking ball, and he's got a very good splitter. That looked like it might have been a split right there. Took it right off of the bat. Now, that splitter, if you keep it in the middle of the plate to Jose Bautista, this is what he's going to do to it. It heats the heat map against the hits for Bautista against the Red Sox. Everything's in the middle of the plate. And you can see that red dot right in the middle, out and away where Jose likes the ball, where he can extend his arms. Keep it out of the middle if you're the Red Sox. Jose looking to square one up here.
Bautista takes it down and away for a ball. Jose is 2 for 8 against Mujica. He has a game plan, I'm sure. It's a one-run game. 2-0.
And they're going to be very, very careful with Jose Bautista right here. Remember, no Edwin Encarnacion behind him. He was pinch run for last inning. So Mujica knows he doesn't want Bautista to beat him.
He throws a strike. It's now 2-1. Juan Francisco is on deck. He took over defensively. in the bottom of the 8th. Just off the plate outside.
Look how far outside Christian Vasquez, the catcher, is setting up. Really extending off the plate. No, does not want Mujica to make a mistake.
Three and one. Now it's a full count. With 2 outs, Nava's asking the dugout, do you want me to stay on the bag? And they will hold Kawasaki. He'll be off on the pitch, but he's got to make sure Mujica delivers to home. Bautista stays alive. He got a piece of that splitter.
If he throws him a fastball, I'm sure he's going to try and catch him looking on something down and away. Try to stay away from Bautista's power zone. If he throws him a breaking ball, it's probably going to be that splitter.
Mujica has 3 saves in 4 attempts. Another 3-2 pitch. There goes Kawasaki. Ball 4. So Kawasaki is now in scoring position, and he represents the tying run. Juan Francisco will bat for the first time tonight. It has been a tough stretch for Francisco. In his last 19 games, he is hitting 120, 6 for 50 with 1 RBI. But he's a dangerous batter.
Yeah, and if you make a mistake, he can make you forget about all those numbers you were just talking about if he loses one right here.
First pitch strike. The Blue Jays, with Rasmus hitting the pinch hit home run in the 7th, have homered in 10 straight games. Bouncing ball to first. That's a fair ball, and that's the ball game. Mujica picks up the save, his 4th of the season, and the Red Sox win it 4-3.
Just enough offense for the Red Sox as they score single runs in the first 4 innings and then hold off the Blue Jays. Mujica picks up the save. Blue Jays lose another 1-run ball game here in Boston on this road trip. It's been a tough one here the last couple of nights.
It is the 53rd 1-run game for the Red Sox, and they win this one 4-3 in regulation. The Blue Jays will try to salvage the final game of the series tomorrow afternoon. Tough loss again tonight for the Jays. Stay tuned, connected, coming right up. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon from Fenway.